Your Worship, we are now live.
Thank you so very much. All right, good afternoon good morning still, and welcome everybody. Our apologies for a technical difficulty that's put us 20 minutes behind, but we'll make up for it, I'm sure. We'll now move on to item number 1, which is the call to order, and 1.1, our land acknowledgement. I'll look to Councillor DeLeo. Good morning, Councillor.
Good morning, and through you, Mr. Mayor, good morning, everyone. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges it is located upon the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wyandot Nation also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations were sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We also acknowledge that waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in our future stewardship of the land and the longest freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for all future generations. Thank you.
Megwish, Councillor, thank you very much. Moving on to item number 2, proclamations. 2.1, Ferte Simcoe Pride Weeks, July 29th to August 11th, 2024. That the Council proclamation, July 29th to August 11th, 2024, as Ferte Simcoe Pride Weeks. Mover and a seconder on this, please. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Moving on to 2.2, we have the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. That the Council proclaims September 9th, 2024 as Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder Awareness Day. Questions or comments? Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor White, Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 3, a disclosure of pecuniary interests. I have none before me at this time. If at some point throughout our meeting you feel you have a pecuniary interest, please let us know at that time. Item number 4 is the adoption of the agenda, and I'll look to our clerk. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've been advised that the Mayor will be bringing a notice of motion. With Council's indulgence, we would like to pass a motion waiving the procedural bylaw to allow that notice of motion to be considered today. Accordingly, the motions before Council are that the contents of the agenda for August 22nd, 2024 be approved as amended, and that Council waives Section 5.05D and 6.11 of the town's procedure bylaw to hear a notice of motion from Mayor Brian Smith and to consider the motion on today's agenda under the government relation item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You've heard the question, members of Council, as 4.1 is amended. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And moving on to item number 5, approval of the minutes, that the minutes of the regular council meeting held July 11th, 2024 are hereby adopted as circulated. Questions or comments on this? Seeing none, mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Timms and Councillor Eagle, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 5.2 is a special council meeting, July 29th, that the minutes of the special council meeting held July 29th, 2024 are hereby adopted as circulated. Questions or comments? Seeing none, moving to seconder, please. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 6, statutory public meetings. We do have a public meeting today, which will now which pertains to 6.1.1, 6.1.2, and 6.1.3, the public meeting under the Planning Act, the official plan amendment of OP 00624, and zoning bylaw amendment Z01024. This is with respect to 445th Street South. This public meeting regarding proposed application of the official plan amendment and temporary zoning bylaw amendment submitted for the property municipally addressed as 445th Street South. The application being considered are the proposed official plan amendments and temporary zoning bylaw amendment file number OP 00624 and Z01024. This public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development for council. This public meeting is not to engage in debate regarding the merits of the application, nor is it intended to be a question and answer session. It is simply to make council aware of the public comments and to ask clarifying questions. No decisions are being made at this public meeting today. Please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive a notice of any decision of council regarding this application. If those that have spoken would like an opportunity for the consultant to reach out to them and answer any questions or provide clarification, a consent or release personal information must be completed. Both forms are available over here to my right, your left, at the Deputy Clerk's table for completion, and a member of staff will be available to assist you. We'll now move on to the presentation, and to start, Joel Vines, one of our senior planners on this application, will now make a brief presentation and will provide further details with respect to the proposed official plan amendment and temporary zoning bylaw amendment. Good morning, Joel. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Mayor Smith, members of council, and public who are here both in person and online. The purpose of today's public meeting is for applicant presented by Fremont Homes Wasaga 2 Inc. with the proposed official plan amendment, town file numbers OP00624 and temporary zoning bylaw amendment, town file number Z01024. The associated files for this application include draft plan of subdivision, town file number PS00424, official plan amendment, town file OP00524, and zoning bylaw amendment, town file number Z00824. Quick overview of today's public meeting. I'll go over the purpose of the public meeting, the planning application process. I'll briefly introduce the applications and also present the subject lands and proposed development. The purpose of the public meeting. A public meeting is required under the Planning Act for official plan amendments and temporary zoning bylaw amendment applications. Related applications again include a draft plan of subdivision, official plan amendment, and a zoning bylaw amendment. Town staff are introducing the applicant's proposal to council and the general public, and the purpose of the public meeting is to provide an opportunity to the public for sharing any written comments and making oral submissions to council. Presently in the application process, we have received the application, we have deemed the application complete, a notice of complete application and public meeting has been circulated. We're currently on the public meeting, and following the public meeting there will be continued staff and agency review with an eventual staff recommendation to council, leading to a council decision and eventually an appeal period. A quick proposed overview and site statistics. The municipal address for these applications are 445th Street South, with a lot area of 298,000 square meters or 29.8 hectares. It's a corner lot with lot frontage on Morgan Road and 45th Street South, 582 meters along 45th Street and 713 along Morgan Road. The requested official plan amendment and temporary zoning bylaw amendment applications are to facilitate a temporary sales center for the proposed residential development. The proposed sales center will be one story. It will have a building footprint of 240.8 square meters, covering approximately 0.84% of the total land holdings and 9.5% of the sales center area. There's going to be 14 parking spaces provided with 2 accessible parking spaces, and access to the site is through one entrance off of Morgan Road. The existing official plan designation, the town of Wasaga Beach official plan designations for the property are both rural and natural hazards. Permitted uses in the rural zone, rural designation include, but are not limited to, agricultural uses, including uses that are ancillary to agricultural production and which serve the needs of the local rural population. Other permitted uses in the rural category include forestry, institutional uses, and limited country recreational facilities, etc. Permitted uses in the natural hazards include, but are not limited to, passive and active recreation, including golf courses, play fields, forest and wildlife management, flood and erosion control, and conservation projects. The Town of Wasaga Beach official plan designations surrounding the property include residential, natural hazards, and open space. And it's also noted that the Clearview official plan designations to the south surrounding the subject property include rural and agricultural. The proposed official plan amendment would redesignate the subject lands from rural to a rural exception as appropriate, and this would be to facilitate the construction of a temporary sales center. You can see here the inset, which is where approximate to the entire land holdings the sales center would be located. The existing zoning for the subject lands is both rural and environmental protection. Permitted uses in the rural zone include but are not limited to agricultural or agricultural cannabis cultivation site or forestry use, but does not include an intensive agricultural use, agricultural produce sales outlet, bed and breakfast, conservation use, and accessory uses. Permitted uses in the environmental protection zone are included but are not limited to conservation uses and public park uses. Surrounding zones include the residential type 1 zone and residential type 3 zone, as well as open space floodplain with a holding provision, environmental protection, and again in the Clearview zoning bylaw, agricultural. The proposed temporary zoning bylaw amendment requested would temporarily rezone the lands from rural to a rural exception. Specifically, this proposal intends to permit a sales center as a temporary use for a time period of 3 years within the defined area. And the associated files include a draft plan of subdivision, an official plan amendment, and zoning bylaw amendment. And the image in front of you is essentially the draft plan of subdivision proposal. Concluding remarks, this public meeting is required by the Planning Act. Town staff are presenting the applicant's proposal. A detailed review of the applications is ongoing but not yet complete, and staff will forward received comments to council. Staff will also provide a recommendation report to council at a later date. I want to say thank you. It's always a privilege to be able to present, and requested additional information for this application can be sent to the email provided. And the webpage on the bottom there also includes all supporting materials pertaining to the proposed applications. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Joel. And we will now look to Brandy Clement, who I believe is joining us virtually today, on behalf of the applicant to make a brief presentation, and she'll provide further details with respect to the proposed official plan amendment and temporary zoning bylaw amendment. Good morning, Brandy. Welcome.
Morning, and thank you. So I'll wait a moment for my presentation to be uploaded, but thank you. And again, my name is Brandy Clement with the Jones Consulting Group. I am here on behalf of our client to discuss the official plan amendment and the temporary use bylaw applications that have been submitted. The lands are, as mentioned, at 445th Street, and it is to facilitate a sales center use. So next slide, please. The overall lands themselves are located at 45th Street South, which is also County Road 7, and Morgan Road. As mentioned previously, applications have been submitted on the overall lands for an official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and a draft plan of subdivision. And a public meeting has been held recently for these applications. The subject lands themselves, which are identified on the slide in red, are located at the southwest corner of the lands that are proposed for development. The site plan area is approximately 0.25 hectares in area, or 2,500 square meters. This area is void of any trees or vegetation. Past uses on the land were agricultural. And the surrounding land uses to the west and south include residential uses. These lands are also located within the township of Clearview. And then immediately to the north and east are the subject lands. But a little bit further north and east, we have some newer plans of subdivision that are being developed. The next slide, please. So this slide illustrates the siting of the sales center on the subject lands. The building footprint's approximately 241 square meters. Site plan area, as I mentioned, is 2,500 square meters. The building lot coverage is 0.84% of the entire land holdings, or 9.5% of the sales center site plan area. We're proposing 14 parking spaces, 2 of these being accessible. Access is only from Morgan Road for the sales center. There will be an accessibility ramp that will be leading up to the front entrance. Buildings are approximately, or it is 1 story in height. There will be a sign located identifying the location of this sales center, and there are landscape buffers that are proposed along both frontages. The next slide, please. So this slide illustrates for demonstration purposes the front and then some internal views of the sales center. It will look similar to this. There will be signage along the front facade that will identify the name of the development as well as the developer. There will be landscaping proposed around the perimeter of the building to soften the facade. Colors of the sales center will be compatible with the housing that will eventually be built on the lands in the future. And there are large window features that will frame the front of the building. The next slide, please. So we've submitted, as noted, 3 applications to the town. The first one being an official plan amendment, and this will permit the sales center as a use within the existing rural designation. A temporary use bylaw application was also submitted, which will again permit the sales center use on the lands for 3 years. And then with these applications, we've submitted a site plan control application concurrently. Thank you. If we could go to the next slide, please. So the proposed official plan amendment, the lands are currently designated rural, and as mentioned by Joel, we are proposing with our application to designate the lands as rural exception to allow for the sales center as a use within the rural designation. Next slide, please. Currently in the area of the subject lands, which is identified in the hatching on the slide, these lands are zoned rural. The application for the temporary use bylaw will permit the use of the sales center, and we are identifying that it would be a rural exception zone. The next slide, please. So in conclusion, the proposed applications conform to applicable policies of the Place to Grow Growth Plan and are consistent with the applicable policies of the provincial policy statement. The applications conform to the town's official plan as well as meet the intent of the town zoning bylaw. This use is temporary in nature. It's an easily removed structure. It's not on a permanent base. The proposed use is compatible with the surrounding land uses and will have minimal impact on the surrounding land uses. The sales center itself does not require any water or sewer services. There will be a portable washroom facility that will be proposed, and as well as a temporary hydro service that's proposed. The sales center is not being sited in any area that will impact any natural heritage features or cultural heritage features. And in my professional planning opinion, the proposed temporary use is appropriate for this site and represents good planning. Thank you so much. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council or the public may have.
Thank you very much, Brandy, for your presentation. And we'll now look to our clerk, our deputy clerk. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have any members of the public registered in advance with respect to today's virtual public meeting for comment?
No, Your Worship, we have none.
All right, thank you very much. I'll then look to the audience here today. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to come forward to speak either in favor or opposed to this development? Please come forward, state your name and address for the record now. I'll ask a second time if there's anyone who wishes to speak for or opposed to this to come forward and give your name and address for the record. And a third time. Seeing nobody, we'll now move on to council. Any questions or comments from council? Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is just on life cycle. What happens to the structure at the end of the 3 years? We see some of these still up around town. I just want to see, is that going to be converted into housing, or is that the plan, or is this to be demolished for other purposes?
Thank you, Councillor. Brandy?
Yes, thank you. The structure itself, so we're requesting 3 years, and the structure will remain as long as the last house is sold. These structures are used for, our client throughout other properties, so it would be moved at the time that they've sold the last house on the property and it's no longer needed to function. And then that area, we're actually proposing, within the area where we are siting the sales center, there are homes proposed in there, so it will not be a structure that's converted into any sort of house.
Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Councillor White. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Brandy. I think I'm correct in looking at the site plan that the sales unit office is going to be right on the corner of County Road 7 and Morgan. I'm just wondering if access has been set back far enough on Morgan Road not to cause any slowdown on County Road 7. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Brandy?
Yes, thank you. We have set the structure itself back quite a bit. It's certainly something that we could have our traffic engineers look at again. We're providing almost double the number of parking spaces that we need to provide so that there is no chance that people will be even parking on Morgan Road. So we don't anticipate that there'll be queuing along Morgan Road, but as I mentioned, it's certainly something that we can take back to our transportation engineers and have them look at.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions or comments for Brandy today? Seeing none, are we able to pull up the site plan for the building again that shows the entrance off of Morgan? No, I think you can go back one, please. There we are. So that shows the ingress egress off of Morgan. How far back is that? Do we know? From the corner?
From the corner, it's approximately 55 to 60 meters back.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Seeing no other questions or comments from council, thank you. Seeing that there are no further comments or questions regarding this application, I now declare this public meeting to be hereby closed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Have a great day. Now moving on in the agenda, item number 7, presentation 7.1. We have Chair Steve Harlow from the Economic Development and Tourism Advisory Committee here with the annual report. Good morning, Steve, and welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. It's a great pleasure to be here. I tend to speak very quickly after 30 years of a public servant, so like you, Mayor Smith, I'll get through this presentation much faster than normal. I get the slider here, right? Next slide. Yep. So about our committee, we are an advisory committee. I think that's most important to understand. We're not operational. We are an advisory committee. And to do reflect back on when we first met with the mayor, he told us 3 things. He said, give us your best advice, be bold, and recognize we may not always be able to take your advice. And that has fostered our thinking throughout the entire process over the last year, and hopefully you'll see that in our report and the work that we've done. Our experience as the 8 members, we've got experience in realty, economic development, tourism operators, hospitality operators, and as for myself, I was an assistant deputy minister with the province of Ontario for the last 10 years before I retired, and in the sport and recreation portfolio, and have over 30 years of OPS experience. So I'm happy to bring that to the table as now a permanent resident, and collectively we have about 300 years of lived experience as a tourism or resident of Wasaga Beach. So you've got a lot of assets at your disposal. Meeting summary, just a quick administrative snapshot. All to say, we spend a lot of hours investing our time and effort and giving you our best advice. This does not include the time we also spent as committee members going to things like the beachfront redevelopment workshops or facilitating management sessions with the Tourism Destination Management Plan that Council recently approved and is guiding our efforts in the future. So year one summary. Terms of reference. One of the first things we did was look at our terms of reference that was existing before we became established in May 2023. Took a look at it and also recognized what were the objectives that the administration had set out to be achieved from a tourism and economic development perspective. We reflected upon those. We made some recommendations in terms of how they should be expanded and clarified and given kind of more impactful context, and as a result, you supported those recommendations, and we have a new formal committee that also recognizes the economic development importance of the community, and we continue to expand and enter into discussions and ideas about how to strengthen and bolster that. One of the first things that we did was take a look at the original tourism destination management plan that was established and approved in 2018. Obviously, things like COVID and a complete shift in global tourism economic activity shifted what was then thought to be the right plan to the need for refresh. You supported the idea to do a refresh. You allowed us to retain Brain Trust to do an expanded refresh. Over the course of several months, we spent hours and hours of time and engagement with the community in terms of refreshing that plan. You approved that plan earlier this year, and we now have a guiding document, I would argue, to take us well into the future. We would also suggest that that should be an evergreen plan, one that the staff and the town can continue to update and refresh as things change, because they will change. We know that for a fact. The provincial park, well, it seems to be a current issue these days, but we also looked long and hard, and again, from my experience in the public service, I went through all the legislation going back years. So we would suggest that a new governance model is critical to the management of the Wasaga Beach Provincial Park. The ones that we look at that are the most successful in an Ontario context are the Niagara Parks Commission and the St. Lawrence Parks Commission. The reason why those are successful is because they are under the responsibility of the Ministry of Tourism and Culture. They are also ones that are separate and distinct from the Ontario Parks Act and are actually exempt from the Ontario Parks Act. So they have their own administration, they have their own management processes, and they can entertain a whole bunch of different things that Ontario Parks just can't by virtue of their legislative restrictions. We also think we provided a 5-point plan that I'm sure you've all received and seen, and it aligns with some of the things that you've articulated that we've seen, such as need for infrastructure improvement. We also think that if it is Ontario Parks or whatever the government entity is, you need to put the visitor first, and it needs to balance environmental, economic, and tourism interests in an achievable way. Festival and events. We spent time talking about them, about their value, about what works, what doesn't work, and recognize that there is a need to think about those events and festivals that are relevant to locals, but also ones that will attract tourism. And we think that one of the things we should be looking at is a separate standalone strategy, and I know staff are currently working on that, which is great, and we're going to provide input into that going forward. And we also see their value in trying to come up with a signature destination, a signature tourism event that Wasaga Beach would be known for across Ontario and across Canada. We provide some assistance and help to the Christmas Market Subcommittee, and it was the first year this year, and I think we should continue to work on efforts to make it even better and better every year as we go forward. 50th anniversary, well, I think you guys have had a lot of success so far with 50th anniversary. It continues to be successful. One of the things that we focused on was, the need for a visual identifier. That's been accepted. We also had a thought, there's still time to do it if you want, about having a time capsule built and instituted perhaps at the new library and rec center at some significant point in time to celebrate the 50th anniversary. And we can open it 50 years from now when none of us will be here. Well, maybe a couple of us will. Sorry. Looking forward, obviously we're going to support the implementation of the TDMP. Obviously, one of the things we are aware of is the MAT. If council accepts the MAT, the municipal accommodation tax, we would like to provide some ideas and advice on how the proceeds could be used in a productive way that will be supported by the community. We also recognize that the beachfront redevelopment is going to shift in the implementation of the TDMP as that progresses, and we're happy to provide advice going forward. And again, we think it needs to be continually refreshed. Festival and event strategy, again, serve as a resource as you move forward. Trails, promotion, and enhancement. We think there's lots of opportunities with trail development. Cycling is one off the bat. How do we become a more cycle-friendly community? River trails. I have a personal idea that wouldn't it be great if the longest freshwater beach in the world was also the most accessible freshwater beach in the world? And accessible, what about an accessible boardwalk that runs the entire 14 kilometers of the beach? Wouldn't that be something to marvel at? Small business strengthening, look at business gap analysis. How can we address the business gaps that exist and create opportunities for our local businesses, and also start to reach out to Indigenous community connections. How do we engage our Indigenous community in a way that's respectful and reflecting upon the advice that Council gave in July going forward? And we also have the potential to work with our colleagues down the road in Midland and Penetang that has a lot of Indigenous with the St. Marie Hurons and Discovery Harbour who engage the Indigenous community all the time in their celebrations and activities. Information. We really think that there's a need to get a better understanding of what our information needs are to help develop the best promotion campaigns, the best marketing campaigns, attract the best people, who, what, and why are people coming here. We think there's opportunity for film and live music, and would like to provide advice on that. And other matters as requested, and this is probably the most important thing of all. We are your advisory committee. What is it that you would like our advice on that would be more impactful and helpful to you as you move forward with your deliberations? We'll prioritize the most pertinent areas, obviously, recognize that this is a long list, and we're not going to get through it all this year, but we will take a look at it, determine what's the most impactful, the most important, and move forward. But really it is, what is it that we can do to help you support and achieve your agenda and your objectives? And that's all.
Wow. It's amazing what 30 years does. Thanks very much, Steve. That's probably the most intense yet quickest presentations we've ever had. If they were all like that, we'd have to do half the work we have to do. Thanks very much, Steve. Appreciate that, and appreciate the work that you and the committee and the experience that you and the committee have. So again, thank you. And I mean that on behalf of all the citizens of Wasaga Beach. Members of council, questions or comments? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I really wanted to edify you this morning, Steve, because we're so blessed to have you. I'm lucky to be on that committee, and I'm really proud of the work that we've done. You did touch a little quickly on your bio. I'm just going to add to it that you became a full-time resident in 2019, but you've been a cottager and part-time resident since your grandfather purchased property in 1927, so you really understand Wasaga Beach. The fact that you retired from a 30-year career with the province of Ontario, with the last 10 years being Deputy Minister with the Minister of Tourism, Culture and Sport, is such a benefit to our advisory committee, and we thank you for that. When Steve was in his capacity as Assistant Deputy Minister of Sports and Recreation for Ontario, he successfully led bids to secure properties like the 2015 Pan and Para-Pan Am Games, the North American Indigenous Games, and the 2017 Invictus Games. He has an extensive career in tourism marketing, having worked on multimedia award-winning campaigns during his career. And we are so fortunate that Councillor Faye Ego knew him from the community and asked him to please put in an application to join the committee. So thank you for that, Councillor Ego. Thank you, Steve, for your wonderful work. Also want to recognize that Peggy Harris is here supporting the annual report, and she is also on our EdTech committee and the Library Board committee. She's a former town councillor with Grey Highlands, so again, another really qualified and well-connected member, bringing lots of good information to everything that she volunteers with the town. So thank you, Steve. I'm pleased to be on that committee. I hope people do get a chance to really read the full report and see the work that the committee has done in the last year. We're about to expand and add another member, at least, to the committee with a strong background in economic development, because we've expanded from just tourism to tourism and economic development because we're married in this town. So thank you, Your Worship, for letting me do that. My bragging rights. Thank you.
No problem at all, Councillor. Thank you for elaborating on the committee and the great work they do and the qualified folks that we have on this committee. Councillor Belanger and then Councillor DeLeo.
Yeah, I don't have much to add, but Steve, we had a deputation at the AMO conference to the Ministry of Tourism Culture, and your name came up, and they were very complimentary as to how beneficial it would be that you are on our committee. So just wanted to let you know that you're well thought of.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go in a different direction. I'm going to ask you a question. So you said you wanted to expand the boardwalk. That would be your dream. to 14 kilometers. Would that be on the Parks Department section or municipal section?
So again, we're in early concept kind of ideas. So if you take a look at elevated boardwalks such as you see in Moy-Marsh or down in Innisfil or down in the Newmarket area that go through areas of sensitive habitat. So I would suggest that a feasibility study could be conducted that would actually take an elevated boardwalk across the top of the dunes. It would not harm any dunes. It would not harm the plover populations. It could be environmentally sensitive, and you could actually have a wheelchair or a person who has mobility issues be able to walk, cycle, take a wheelchair along the entire 14 kilometers, and maybe you have a suspension bridge over the pedestrian suspension bridge over the river. Wouldn't that be a fun activity? And again, big, bold ideas, Mayor, they may not be possible, but I do think it is a request, and not an unreasonable request, of the Ontario Parks, who have invested $41 million in the Ontario Park system over the last couple of years, and I don't believe our park received anything. So wouldn't that be a wonderful thing to have them have a legacy, put it in their hands, look what you can do, Ontario Parks, and accessibility is a huge issue, age-friendly. Can you imagine being able to have like some infrastructure built into it so you could just stop, photographs, camera, and what a wonderful site that would be. And what a wonderful thing for us to say is this is the most accessible freshwater beach in the world.
Absolutely. Anything to add to that, Councillor?
That sounds wonderful if Ontario Provincial Parks pays for it. Sounds incredible. I'll vote for that one. Thank you.
I think what's important to note on that point is that when the Lands and Forest, which then became the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, started the provincial park here in Wasaga Beach, they did have a elevated boardwalk that went from the mouth of the Nottawasaga River, which is Beach Area 1, the parking lot there, into the main beach area. It then stopped, of course, along Beach Drive, and then at Beach Area 2 it started again and went as far as Beach Area 5 in some areas, I believe. So they understood back then how important and how great that was. The problem is, like everything else, once it was built, it was never maintained, and the sand filled in underneath it and it rotted away, and so now that's why you see small sections that are still not in great shape. So again, it's I kind of call it back to the future, where we know what's worked in the past, we know what can work, we believe in the future, and it's an excellent idea, absolutely. All right, I think we have now Councillor Ego.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. That was a great question, Councillor DeLeo, to put out in the public, and we all get to see how fortunate we are to have this enthusiasm, talent, background knowledge working for this town. I mean, it just shows quickly how these just roll off of you, and that, you know, and to work with tourism and culture, all of that is so important. So you mentioned time capsule. I won't go on about this, but I hope we all stick in our little brains here today and think about that. So thanks again.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Thank you very much, Steve, for your presentation, and to your amazing committee for all the great work that you're doing. To echo Councillor Ego's point, I really like the idea of a time capsule. I think that's a great way to be able to engage our students and really all ages and demographics of our community to contribute to. So I hope that staff do take that opportunity, or that your committee continues to flesh that out. The other thing I think we have an opportunity for with 50 years of celebrating is 50 years of reflecting on memories. Right? We've got so many great memories, just as your family as a testament as well, you know, for generations who have lived here. And I think it would be really nice to be able to have a place online, a page where people could submit those memories, and then they could be somehow captured, whether it's in a book or a digital read or whatnot, to just really celebrate the uniqueness of Wasaga Beach and the rich, fun history that we have. And also helps to promote really positive narrative in the public right now as well, which I think every community could always use. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Seeing none, again, Steve, thank you very much for your presentation and all you do with your committee, and thank you, Councillor Timms, for leading that committee as well on council side. We do have a motion that the presentation by Chair Steve Harlow, Economic Development and Tourism Advisory Committee, pertaining to the annual report be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor Timms and Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Moving on now to 7.1.1, The EdTech annual report, and I believe we have Ted Chrysler, my mistake, 7.1.1, the EdTech annual report recommendation, which I've just done, thank you. 7.2, Madam Clerk?
Sorry, Your Worship. No,
Help me.
you were right to start reading that motion. So staff did provide a report to accompany that presentation. So we're just looking for a motion to receive for information as well.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. My apologies, Council. So we have a recommended motion that the report titled Economic Development and Tourism Advisory Committee Annual Report to Council Meeting of August 22nd, 2024 be received for information. Mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor Timms and Councillor White. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Item number 7.2. We now have Chair Ted Chrysler and Vice Chair Kathleen Caswell from the Climate Action Advisory Committee Annual Report Presentation. There we are. We finally got there. It took me a while, but we're here. Ted, Kathleen, welcome.
I was getting worried I was going to have to present some other report there for a moment.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning, Mayor Smith, Deputy Mayor Snell, Councillor.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm just going to ask you to push the mic away a bit or back up slightly. There we go. Either way. Thank you.
Better.
Perfect.
So I'm used to making my voice carry in the whole room. So, good morning, Mayor Smith, Deputy Mayor Snell, councillors, town staff, and attendees. I'm Ted Chrysler, and I am the chair of the Climate Action Advisory Committee. We're one of the newest advisory committees for Wasaga Beach. We started late in 2023, and we're very pleased to be here today. I'm here with Vice Chair Kathleen Caswell, and the other members of our committee are Tom Coutu, who happens to be in Australia at the moment and maybe live streaming, I'm not sure, Andrew Boyce, and of course Councillor Joe Belanger, and we want to make a special shout out for Joe to say thank you for all the work that he's done for the past several years, in fact, in this area, and we really appreciate his participation in the committee. And as well, our staff liaison is Candace Bondarchuk, who's here today, and she is fantastic. We love her. She's great. She does an amazing job, and we just wanted to give her a good shout out too. Thank you.
He's
hiding behind me. I'm going to turn it over now to, there's one thing. If you could hold your questions to the end, we're going to try to get through the presentation, and it's probably would be better to do the whole thing and then have questions at the end, if you don't mind. I'm going to hand it over to Vice Chair Kathleen Caswell, and she'll do the first part of the presentation.
Okay.
Welcome, Kathleen.
Thank you. I don't know how to work. There we go. That was easy. Okay, so as you can see, our current objectives are to assist the town with developing a climate action plan and assisting with the implementation of the plan. Okay, so what is a corporate climate action plan? Well, the whole goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and the plan will offer recommendations and identify policies and mechanisms. So what climate action is a process that involves both a corporate plan and a community plan. But at this point, we are just going to focus on the corporate plan. So the corporate climate action plan builds on current policies and programs, identifying enhancements and new approaches for the town to reduce carbon impact in their operations over the short, mid, and long term. We did quite a bit of research and analysis over the last few months. We've been around for about 8 months now by visiting other municipalities. So we've researched many municipalities, and we are well behind the curve on creating a climate action plan. Collingwood and Simcoe County have completed theirs, and they use a process called Partners for Climate Protection, or PCP for short. It's recommended by the province and used by the majority of Canadian municipalities. So we have received an in-person presentation from the county and from an expert on PCP process. What are the benefits of action? Well, it demonstrates leadership within the community, It helps promote Wasaga Beach as with its international reputation, and it creates a climate lens within the corporation.
So climate action leadership has a positive impact on our team and community, allowing us to adapt to and mitigate changing weather impacts and extreme weather events for climate resiliency, while at the same time enhancing our reputation. By creating a climate lens culture, there is considerable opportunity to deliver positive economic impacts within the commercial and tourism sectors, and also opportunities for grants and funding. And what other benefits? Well, saving taxpayers' dollars, extending infrastructure life, reducing costs. With worsening storm events such as flooding, town infrastructure is deteriorating at an accelerated pace. Over the recent years, the cost of construction has been increasing exponentially. This is prudent action for reducing the liability for taxpayers. Insurance company rates in the future will be influenced by the mitigation of climate hazards by the government and the community. What about forecasted savings? So this chart came directly from the County of Simcoe's Climate Action Plan. And as you can see, the county is planning on making a $40 million investment over the next 10 years between 2025 and 35, with a forecasted savings of over $130 million by 2050. Obviously, the scale for the town of Wasaga Beach would require a much smaller investment, but the percentage return would be comparable. BAU at the bottom of that screen stands for business as usual. So they believe that if they continued as they are right now, it would cost them $700 million. And if they do follow the lowest cost scenario, which is the LCS code there, they would be around $567 million spent up until 2050. And so that leaves them with the $130 million savings. And doing nothing is cost prohibitive. Now, the current situation is quite good. There's a lot of things in the works and a lot of things completed. We're very pleased to see the Energy Demand Management Plan completed, and there's also a Green Fleet Initiative underway, and some of it has also been completed. Like, we have some EV vehicles and quite a few charging stations. So we are well on our way with projects as listed and have many additional opportunities for new projects. We believe we are near halfway through in completing all requirements for baseline measurements in order to start to work on the Corporate Climate Action Plan. The Energy Demand Management Plan measured energy demand on the majority of town-owned buildings at a cost, and the plan cost the town $39,000 to complete that plan. The remaining measurements to be completed are for fleet, streetlights, solid waste, waste and wastewater, and perhaps optionally we could include commuting and business travel, as the county did. And in regards to the Green Fleet Initiative, which is underway, we're confident that Deloitte, the consulting completing the work, will provide us with a baseline measurement and a green fleet strategy by the end of the year. The estimated cost to the municipality is $43,000 versus the $120,000 in the 2024 budget, a savings of $77,000 due to the grant from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. And now I'm going to bring Ted's back here now.
Is it just that button? Yeah. All right. As you can see, there's actually sort of a feedback loop for membership in PCP. We start with milestone 1, which is creating an inventory. Then we have milestone 2, setting a target. Milestone 3, developing a plan after you have the target. And then, of course, milestone 4, implementing that plan. 5 is monitoring the impact, and you keep going through this loop because things change over time. After the presentation from Partners for Climate Protection, we're confident that we are ready to seek membership. It requires a council commitment to move through the PCP 5 milestone process and designate a point person, preferably the CAO or CFO. There's no cost to membership and no set timeline to adhere to. Simcoe County has already joined, and just completed their climate action plan this year and will now work through implementation of the plan over the next 10 years. The benefits of PCP membership are free expert advice and greater potential in receiving government grants and funding, including FCM funding only available to PCP members. We believe we're more than halfway through the first milestone of determining the corporate energy demand inventory, which is ongoing. We will soon need to establish the second milestone of a carbon reduction target. The provincial target adopted by most municipalities is 40% by 2030 and net zero by 2050. Milestone 3 is the creation of a climate action plan, which identifies key actions and projects, and milestone 4 is implementation, and as I mentioned, milestone 5 is monitoring. We would at some point follow the same process in the development and execution of a community climate action plan. We're providing council and key staff with the Simcoe County presentation, which provides greater detail. Some recommended next steps. What we're asking, suggesting to council is that council produce a resolution regarding PCP, that they designate a team member as a PCP contact, apply for a $10,000 Enbridge grant, which is always great to get money, complete the required inventory measures, establish the carbon emission reduction targets, identify potential projects, and allocate $39,000 in the 2025 budget. In summary, the committee clearly understands the many challenges and priorities that council and the town team are tasked with and the financial balancing act that's required. And we understand that the PCP process could take some years to complete. We acknowledge that environmental stewardship is a council priority. The Green Initiative pillar is in the council priorities, including the 6 initiatives, 77, 79, 81, 82, 83, and 84. We must make progress through reasonable and appropriate allocation of resources, both in dollars and human resource hours. We endeavored to be very responsible to both the Wasaga Beach taxpayer and town team in our asks to be considered for the 2025 budget. We look forward to supporting council in all initiatives relating to the environment and emissions reduction. We did come up with, to be helpful, a motion for council consideration with a variety, as you can see, of whereases, but the two main things to take away from this is that we're asking you to resolve that council approves membership in PCP, which again is free, and that council includes $39,000 in the 2025 budget for the completion of the emission inventory report for the commencement of a climate action plan to ensure the progression of council's green initiative priorities in 2025. We've identified some potential impactful projects. The solar panels for the TPAL and the high school, and also potentially solar on Recplex, the repurposing or sale of the old Stars Arena, Town Hall and Old Library efficiency plan, energy storage units for corporate facilities and Wasaga distribution, and enhanced green development standards. We clearly understand that there may be financial considerations or even financial barriers for some of these projects. There are also countless smaller initiatives that can be completed with little effort and resources. The items listed would be big wins and may qualify for 70 to 80% government funding. If we were successful in these levels of support, the energy savings versus municipal investment would generate very positive returns. Becoming a partner for climate protection and committing to the PCP process can greatly improve our opportunity to secure government grants. The Climate Action Advisory Committee will support council and our town team in researching any and all opportunities presented to us, and we very much look forward to working with the town through the remaining term of council. And if you have questions, we're happy to try to answer them now, and thank you very much for your time and attention. We appreciate it.
All right, well, thank you very much, Ted and Kathleen, and the rest of your team for the work you do. We truly appreciate it. This is new for Wasaga Beach, as you know. But I think it's a fresh and bold step forward to ensure that we're doing our part. And there's no doubt that there's a lot of things happening and a lot of conversation happening within your committee. I can say that because Councillor Belanger sits with that committee. So, but at the end of the day, thank you so much. Questions or comments from members of council? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much, Ted and Kathleen, for not only your presentation, but your obvious passion for this subject matter and doing the great work that you're doing. And also congratulations on the grant of $43,000. That's a great savings for our taxpayers. The Enbridge grant that you mentioned, can you provide some more information around what's the parameters with qualifying for that, please?
Yeah, sure. The 43,000, of course, was the fleet, was earned by the fleet initiative. Enbridge is prepared to give municipalities $10,000, which is 50%, amounts to 50% of the spend, and so the spend would need to be 20. And it's about, and they're pretty open-ended. They really say anything that will contribute to the creation of a climate action team. So we had this idea that we've already spent the $39,000 on the energy management and conservation plan, and so we talked to Enbridge about that, and they said, sure, money spent in the past could be applied to this program. So as long as we give them invoices for $20,000, which would be easy for us, because we spent $39,000, then they would give us $10,000, which we've already figured out where to spend it, by the way.
Oh, why am I not surprised by that? It sounds like a pretty easy ask to me. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, for the follow-up. The other question I had was in regards to the request of the $39,000 for the 2025 budget, and then that sort of was specific around the emissions report. You mentioned several opportunities for solar. Would that possibly be included in that information gathering, or is your committee resourcing options for that and hoping to come forward to council with some recommendations or pricing or programs that we could do for that solar, so that we could kind of wrap our heads around that opportunity?
Whatever.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, whatever. Our goal is to physically have a climate action plan by the end of, soon. So the $39,000 is really just to get to that point where we have a climate action plan. Fortunately, there's been lots of work done that's going to get incorporated easily into the plan, like the energy management for all the buildings. But there's still a fair amount of work to create a plan. So that is doing the emission studies on everything else besides the buildings, like the fleet. And as was mentioned, there's other, there's wastewater and water plants that have to be, so you have to end up with this big inventory. And we feel that's going to cost us about the town about $39,000. So, and we got that number because we spent $39,000 on the energy management one that's completed just for the buildings, and we thought that we would want to spend a similar amount to finish off that climate action plan and physically have something to say, hey, we've done it, it's done, here's our plan. The idea of solar is great, and we would love to spend, to put some of our effort towards studying and analyzing how we could use solar. But it wouldn't have been, but the $39,000 would be just to get us to the point where we got a really great plan for the next, 5 to 10 years. So that's the thinking.
And just to add to that, yes, the committee would be doing further investigative work on the solar opportunities. I think that was part of your question as well, and that we're happy to do some of that legwork and help the town out, and I know that would be a great thing if we could see that happen.
Anything further, Deputy Mayor Snell? No? Other questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
If there's other councillors who want to go ahead of me, I would prefer that, but I want to do some clarification here because there's been, I think we're been a little confusing. And The $39,000 ask is to complete the baseline inventory so we understand our starting point of what we're using in emissions every year, so that when we develop a plan, that we would be able to get credit for the reduction we're doing. So the $39,000 is in no way contributing to building the plan. It is creating the baseline measurement, and there's we estimate a $39,000 cost to do that. The actual plans can range anywhere from $50,000 to $120,000 in consulting. Some of it is already being done with the fleet. We're not quite sure what that amount would be. We do know that the county joined PCP in 2018, and they're implementing their plan this spring in 2024. So that's 6 years that it took them to complete a environmental plan to get to the point of implementation. We don't know if it would take that long. Obviously, we're not quite as complex as the county, but there would be additional cost and additional time to complete a plan. Some of the things are dynamic, though, too. Like, I mean, obviously, you want that baseline measurement, so if we initiate a project that results in reduction of emissions, that we get credit for that emission reduction. So you can be implementing portions of the plan before you've actually created a complete plan. But the idea, as the county did, is over the next few years, the committee would work towards building a comprehensive, complete plan for the municipality. That would include, as they said, some low-hanging fruit, some initiatives that are very low cost, low resource intensive, but also look at some big projects that could really make a difference. So, and then if anyone else wants to comment, I'll come back at the end.
Can I just build on what Councillor Belanger has said? Yeah, we need to finish the inventory first, and that's what the funding will help us do, which is a necessary step towards the climate action plan. So if we were confusing you, sorry. But the good news on the plan is we're not the first people doing this. So we intend to piggyback and save a bit of time. It will not take 6 years. We've got to move faster than that. We're in a climate emergency. So we intend to look to, Collingwood, Simcoe County, other areas that already have a plan, and they're probably great plans, and why wouldn't we, as much as possible, borrow, right, and move this along faster? So that would be our goal, and to help the town achieve that.
All right, thank you very much. Other questions or comments? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, and I'm not sure who will answer this. It sounds like a large body of work that is required. Is this something that you see the advisory committee taking on, or would this be a subcommittee or a task force of sorts to complete a project of that magnitude? I don't know who's going to answer that.
Are you referring to the climate action plan?
Yes.
Yeah. The committee is not got the skills to write the plan. However, we've read a lot of the plans. I think what we would intend to do is provide a fair amount of direction, maybe create a Frankenstein's monster of a plan that then the consultant could work with, because that will also save the town money if we're using less resources for the consultant. So we're always trying to think of ways to ensure that the taxpayers and citizens are, getting the best result for the lowest cost. But we're not qualified to write the plan. We certainly provide as much direction as we could.
I'll come right back to you, Councillor, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. There are motions for council consideration that are within the presentation. However, at this time, staff do feel that there would be merit in referring these requests back. We are starting our budget preparations for 2025. We would like to evaluate the partnership with FCM, ICLEI, and understand what's going to be involved in creating that plan, the human resources involved. So if we could ask for a referral after discussion, that'd be wonderful.
All right, thank you very much, and I appreciate that, Madam Clerk, because we are going into budget planning at this point. This is the best time, of course, to make sure that we can get the best out of what we have. So, anything further then, Councillor Timms? You're good. All right. Anyone else? Councillor Belanger. See, this is what I told you, right? Remember that?
I did say it would come back. To the clerk, it was certainly our intention to refer this back to staff. The reason that we did this presentation to ensure that we were a consideration in the 2025 budget for our ask. And but as far as Councillor Timms recognized some of the individuals, I just want to make it known that, of course, Ted and Kathleen are also the two members of our committee that are a member of the Wasaga Beach Climate Action Team, who I can tell you have put in thousands of hours over the last 4 years, researching a lot of things related to the environment and what can be done, and in fact, working a great deal on the education and not formally knowing, but in the community action plan, like everything from rain barrels to attachments for our laundry to keep PCPs out of our water. And so it's just that they have an entire, I can't remember the exact number now, because once we formed the committee, I was no longer participating in their meetings, but I can tell you it's just great to have so many residents giving of their own time and efforts to move our community forward and to be very environmentally responsible. And I appreciate that and thank you on behalf of the community. And again, I would put forth the motion to refer this report back to staff for consideration for the budget and the other asks of joining PCP.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Ted, Kathleen, and your team once again. We appreciate the presentation. Madam Clerk, did you want to read the motion as respect to a referral?
Thank you, Your Worship. The motion to receive the presentation isn't within the council table right now, so we will add to the current recommended motion. Firstly, that the presentation from Chair Ted Chrysler and Vice Chair Kathleen Caswell of the Climate Action Committee pertaining to the annual report be received for information, and that the council requested resolutions outlined in the Climate Action Advisory Committee presentation be referred back to staff for more information.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of Council, you've heard the question. Any other questions or comments? Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Belanger and Councillor White, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously. All right, moving on to item 8, delegations. We do have a delegation today from Ms. Donna Jebb, the Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture delegation with respect to item number 10.4, and this is backyard chickens. Donna, great to see you. And I see Mr. Ritchie has joined you here as well. Dave, good to see you.
Oh, there we go. Yes. I am accompanied by our president, Mr. Dave Ritchie, and I was voluntold for this job. So, being a chicken farmer myself, and I am very cautious of things that are going on in different municipalities. You've received the letter dated January the 8th. I think maybe I should put this on. I'm just too tall for this job.
Yeah, you can pull it down, and you were doing fine. It sounded great. Oh, now you got to push the button again.
Sorry.
No problem.
Technology. You received a letter dated back on January 8th, and I was just looking at it again. In 2021, according to the census, there was 930,000 chickens and 71,000 turkeys grown in Simcoe County, and the production, majority of it was in Clearview and Springwater Township, which surrounds Wasaga Beach. If there is an avian flu outbreak, and we have seen it, and we actually have a featherboard command center now that looks after all the infections that are going on in our province. And CFI comes in, and they may have to, if the barn itself has the avian flu, they may come in and instruct for destruction of the flock. We have in the past had a broiler breeder flock had to be destroyed. Broiler breeder is the farmers that supply us with the fertilized eggs to the hatcheries that supply us with our chicken to grow. And because of that, when they were destroyed, we were short now. And then we had to look outside of our province to fill our quotas and keep producing our chicken. Ontario is the largest chicken producing province in the country, and we account for 34.7% of the Canadian chicken produced in 2022. Ontario chicken industry is an important contributor to the economic health and growth of the province, and over 260 million chickens grown every year by more than 1,300 family-run chicken farms. And I must add that the quota holders, 50% of those families, 50% are women. Yay. Processed at 19 primary and 21 custom processing operations, and we support 28,500 full-time equivalent jobs, and we generate $5.2 billion in the province-wide GDP. While the production of chicken is a key economic driver, especially in parts of the rural Ontario. Economic impact of the industry goes well beyond the county where the chicken farms are located. Chicken production is one way to add value to the corn and soybeans grown in our province. It's a very complex chicken production and processing, just like the provincial economy is a complex on interacting sectors. And by having a quarantine put in place, it stops movement of the chicken. So myself as a chicken farmer, if I was in your quarantine zone and I was ready to ship my chicken, I would not be able to. So I would have to now hang on to the chickens, put further stress on the birds, stress on me, because now I can't ship my birds to receive my money, and I still have bills to pay as well. So it puts extra stress on the farmers. And all farmers are audited every year on the health and welfare of the chickens and also their biosecurity protocols. We are under a very strict biosecurity rules with all the chicken farmers in Ontario. So that's the Coles Notes version of my presentation or my deputation. And I'd be happy to hope to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Donna. I did read the report in its entirety. It was very informative, as was your presentation. I'll look to members of council for questions. Seeing none, I just have one. Can you just, or a request, can you elaborate a little bit, Donna, on the spread of disease? Because I understand that's the biggest concern with respect to backyard chickens, and it's important, I think, for council to have a better understanding of that.
Yes, avian flu is the highlighted one, and it unfortunately now has mutated itself. 3 people in the United States have died. It has now jumped to humans, the avian flu, and 3 people have passed away in the United States with the avian flu. ILT, which is a laryngitis, very, very highly contagious, and it's always migratory birds that bring in the disease. It started out in the western province of BC. That's where we were first noticing avian flu, and it's just slowly spread into all the provinces. So it's migratory birds that bring it. So we have to be very cautious spring and fall, make sure we're following our protocols. And I think it was 3 years ago in the UK, people that were pasturing their chickens outside were told that they had to put them indoors in a building for 6 months. Those birds were not allowed to be outside at all. The ones that were normally being ranged out in the open, they had to be put inside because the avian flu was so bad in the UK. And I believe it was about 6 years ago, there was a quarantine down in Woodstock, and truck drivers that were hauling birds to be processed into Toronto had to veer off the 401 and go south and go around the quarantine zone. They were not allowed to drive through that quarantine area. So that's how highly contagious it could be.
So is it airborne, or it can be airborne?
It's through the feces of droppings of the birds.
Well, that would be
Ducks.
airborne.
Or shoeborne.
Or shoeborne.
So, yeah, and it's usually pigeons, ducks, the Canada geese. They are all the migratory birds.
All right. Councillor Eagle, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. That just raised a question on the free-range birds, but they are accredited farms for raising the chickens, is that right? Like, they're not all in-house, or?
Normally, with free range, they are out for a certain time, and then they're brought into their coops or whatever. We have a broiler barn, so they're free range, but they're contained in a building. They have fresh air, beautiful temperature all year round. I like going in there in February just to hang out with them. And but they are it's a controlled environment, so they're not exposed to the outside elements. But with the free range, I'm not 100% sure, but I do know they have to come back in at certain times.
Thank you. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you for that great presentation. I just wanted to clarify on what Councillor Ego said and what you said. Free range are birds that are outside. And then, yes, they do come out inside. The ones that you keep in the barn so that people know when they go to the supermarket, they're called free run. So when they see free run, that means they're in a barn. When they, but they're loose, they're not caged up. And when they see free range, they are outdoors. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? All right, Donna, thank you very much for your presentation. Good to see you. Good to see you, Dave.
Thank you very much.
Take care and keep well.
And thank you.
We do have a motion here that the delegation from Donna Jeb, Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture pertaining to item number 10.4, backyard chickens, be received for information. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor DeLeo and Councillor Eagle. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 9, government relations. I'll turn to our CAO, Andrew McNeil, for an update. Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to let Sandra, Director of Communications and Governmental Affairs, kick us off, and I'll likely add some comments when she's done.
Good morning, Sandra.
Good morning, Your Worship. Just a quick update and a recap from our time at the Association of Municipalities of Ontario Conference, which we were attended in Ottawa from Monday till Wednesday this week. So just confirming that we, council, and of course your worship and senior staff attended 7 meetings, met with 6 ministers, and of course Doug Ford, the Honourable Premier of Ontario, who kicked off our delegations at AMO. We have, in preparation for AMO, launched a new website that contains all of our asks, so anyone that's interested to understand all of the things that we were discussing can go to www.wasagabeach.com/advocacy. And that contains all of the information about the what was discussed in our delegations. Of course, the way we organized our presentations were according to all of the strategic, large strategic projects that the town is undertaking, including the West Wasaga Secondary Plan, the Downtown Redevelopment Master Plan, the Tourism Destination Management Plan, and of course, the town's call to invest more in the world's longest freshwater beach in Nancy Island. So one of the largest themes was our interest, of course, in terms of unlocking greater value from the beach and from Nancy Island, and all in all, we had a very receptive audience, and there is a lot of great feedback that was provided to us that we'll be following up on this week. I'll pass it over to Andrew just to get into any more details.
Okay, thank you. Just building on one of the overriding themes, and I listened intently to Mr. Harlow's comments as well, and he has the inside knowledge, the inside scoop, having worked for the Ministry of Tourism. We've had approximately a 50-year relationship with the province, an important partner for the town of Wasaga Beach. The province owns a quarter of the land area of our community. I think it's fair to say that a lot of the assets that were initially created here are in a state of disrepair. That includes Nancy Island, that includes all of the beach areas, the picnic tables, the shade structures, the boardwalks. Apparently, there's an amphitheater somewhere out there that was built 50 years ago. I've yet to attend a concert at this amphitheater. I've been here for 53 years. I'm not sure if it's actually buried in sand, but apparently there is something out there that used to be an amphitheater. So one of the things we emphasized in our meetings with the Premier and the multiple ministries was, we're the world's longest freshwater beach. Sorry, my voice is fading in and out. I thought I had fixed this over the last couple of weeks. We're the world's longest freshwater beach, and with such an important partner in the province that controls some of these key assets, it's time that Wasaga Beach had some proper investment. Mr. Harlow mentioned that the province is investing approximately $50 million to create a new urban park in other areas of the province. We're the first urban park, and we're not getting capital investment. The assets are in a state of disrepair. So that needs to change. And with the utmost of respect to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, it may be time to shift some of these assets to different ministries. Again, Mr. Harlow mentioned that Ministry of Tourism oversees some parks commissions. We all can see with our own eyes what Niagara Falls looks like. It's amazing, it's beautiful, it's world-class. World's longest freshwater beach should be at the same level of commitment and have the same level of investment. So a lot of our conversations were focused on how do we do a reset here. We've had a 50-year experiment. Let's set the stage for the next 50 years to ensure that this community becomes truly world-class. And I think that's a bit of a segue into the resolution that the mayor may be putting on the floor.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Thank you, Andrew, for that information and the update and the information to the public with respect to what I think has been a very successful AMO for the town of Wasaga Beach through our delegations. It was great to speak with Premier Ford. We were very fortunate to have 30 minutes with the Premier. We thought it would be about 10, but he was clearly intent and interested and understood and has committed to coming up to Wasaga Beach, his boots on the ground, and doing a tour with us and seeing what it is that we're speaking of. And so we appreciate that very, very much. Certainly believes in getting it done, and we absolutely look forward to that. Speaking with the minister with respect to tourism as well, I think he was very clear that he understood and could see that we needed to unlock so many other great things here in Wasaga Beach, and was willing to be our dance partner. I think that was his words, and work with us to move forward and work with the other ministries in order to do some great things, bring Wasaga Beach back to what it once was and what it should be, and that's a world-class destination. The amphitheater you speak of is actually in Beach Area 2. It's kind of hidden back in there. It sits down in a little gully, and there's a hill all around it. It's a great spot. I do remember a couple of minor events happening there many, many years ago, back in the early mid 70s. But I'm going to take a walk there now to make sure that it actually is still there. It was a stage and a building with a change area and whatnot there in it, and it was hidden quite well back then. It may be under sand now, for all we know, but certainly worth a walk to have a look for that. Questions or comments from members of council with respect to Sandra's comments and Andrew's? We'll look to Councillor Belanger.
I think one of the real takeaways I had, other than what has been mentioned, is that our win-win approach, and that it wasn't just us asking the province for investment. all of our plans are so strategic in the province achieving their objectives, both in job creation and in new housing builds. And I think that was very well communicated in the packages, and if our residents go and read the information that our Director of Communication prepared, it was very professional and well done. As a matter of fact, in most of our presentations, it was noted how professional our presentations were. So thank you. Again, I think it's hard for us to walk away without being somewhat successful, given how important it is to the province of what we're doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We now look to Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I just want to make a comment through you. I think it was very exciting that at least two of the ministers had vacationed in Wasaga Beach over the summer and were very complimentary, but actually knew for themselves what our situation is here. And many, many people that I spoke to in passing at the conference also told me they had been to Wasaga Beach. So, you know, our tourism is building, and that's pretty exciting. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor Ego?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Yes, it was very interesting, fantastic reception we received, but I guess I'm going to, any residents watching this or spread the word out there is what I would like to say in particular, and it's a lengthy report, but we all talk about transportation in this town and traffic issues. The town invested largely in that West End study, and it has been put together really succinctly, I think, in our report, and that is available for the West End study plan. And so for people to understand that how we are working so diligently here to pull this town together, not to have it divided, but to have transportation for all. And I think that it is a lengthy read, but it's a great read, so I want to thank the town for doing that.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I echo a lot of the comments that my colleagues have made, just in regards to how proud to be there and how well received by the ministers with the information. There was empathy, there was understanding, there was lived experience that was recent, so they knew for themselves what we were going up against. And I just really want to commend Andrew for your presentation style. You do so well in unpackaging a story. You're able to magnetically draw your listener in when you're speaking about Wasaga Beach. You speak so truly from your heart, and I think you did such a great job in relaying the important messages. And thank you as well to Sandra. The packages were phenomenal. They looked fantastic, and I agree. Each one of them went, wow, these are slick, these are nice, this looks good. So that's so important in getting our message out there is what does the package look like? And we looked phenomenal these last few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. And again, I reiterate all of those comments and thank you to staff for a great job. Interesting, we also met, of course, with the Infrastructure Ontario, which was very well received, and also transportation. And we did speak at length with them with respect to the West Secondary Plan, and most importantly, Beechwood Road and the issues of flooding and traffic and so on with respect to that. And they were very receptive. They understood it. They've asked us to send them some more information, which we are all already starting to package and put together. So all in all, great conference, enjoyable in many ways, and thanks to Council for every member of Council attending as well. But staff, most importantly, as always, for the great work that you do for the citizens of Wasaga Beach. The following report items have been, I better go back up and do this motion, that the delegation, Government Relations, has no motion, so I'm going to turn now to our clerk with respect to a motion that I have, and then I'll turn the chair over to Deputy Mayor Snell while I present that motion. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. You actually just clarified that very well. So if you would like to turn the floor over to the Deputy Mayor, and you could provide your motion.
All right, I hereby turn the chair over to you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if I may read my motion.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you. This is a notice of motion dated today, August 22nd, 2024, with respect to the Wasaga Beach Provincial Park. Whereas the park management plan, the plan for Wasaga Beach Provincial Park that was established in June 1978, focused on supporting recreation, tourism, and economic growth within the town of Wasaga Beach. And whereas provincial land holdings in Wasaga Beach are largely under the control of the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, the MECP. And whereas the MECP has unilaterally shifted the mandate of the Wasaga Beach Provincial Park to focus on environmental sustainability while largely ignoring the other two pillars of sustainability, the social and economic pillars, that resulted in the loss of focus on supporting recreational tourism and economic growth. And whereas the shift in the MECP focus has contributed to a significant loss in tourists. And whereas the MECP infrastructure, parking lots, washrooms, shade structures, picnic tables, playgrounds, etc., and Nancy Island Historic Site have fallen into a state of disrepair, with portions of Nancy Island currently closed to the public because of the state of disrepair. And whereas, despite the plan acknowledging that Wasaga Beach Provincial Park is unique as a result of it being the first urban provincial park in Ontario located entirely within the boundary of the town of Wasaga Beach, and the town has been subject to harmful, broad-brush policies, regulations, and management practices that are being applied across the province that are oftentimes out of touch with the unique needs and context of Wasaga Beach. And whereas the commitment outlined in the 1978 plan to revisit the plan every 5 years to ensure that the vision of the municipality and the operating practices of the province remain in sync has not occurred. And whereas the province owns significant land holdings outside of beach areas and environmentally sensitive lands that were once developed with homes and businesses, and that have now sat derelict for almost 50 years, contributing very little to nothing to the town's assessment base. And whereas the MECP unilaterally created the Wasaga Beach Provincial Park boundary in the mid-1990s that brought provincially owned, municipally owned, and privately owned lands inside the park boundary. And despite property acquisitions being incomplete, the MECP is asserting ownership over these lands without providing fair compensation. Therefore, be it resolved that the town of Wasaga Beach requests that a task force be immediately struck with representatives from the town of Wasaga Beach, the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, MECP, and the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Gaming, the MTCG, and the Ministry of Infrastructure, Infrastructure Ontario, to review all provincial land holdings within Wasaga Beach and determine which land should be transferred out of the MECP portfolio and put into either the MTCG or IO, or the town's portfolio, by Q1 of 2025. At minimum, the town requests that Nancy Island, being beach areas 1 and 2, a portion of beach area 4, and all of the remaining non-beach area and non-environmentally sensitive parcels of land be transferred out of the MECP portfolio. And further that the province work with the town of Wasaga Beach to create and update master plan and funding strategy to reinvent Wasaga Beach Provincial Park and invest in new infrastructure that will assist the town in becoming a world-class community and tourist destination worthy of being located along the world's longest freshwater beach. And further that the province, Infrastructure Ontario, and the MTCG and the town collaborate to unlock the value in underutilized and derelict provincial lands and pursue highest and best uses for these lands in line with the town and provincial objectives. And further that all non-provincially owned lands currently located within Wasaga Beach Provincial Park boundary be removed and that the park boundary be adjusted in other locations to facilitate new development at the main beachfront. And further that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Andrea Kangin, Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Honourable Stephen Cho, Minister of Tourism, Culture and Gaming, and the Honourable Kinga Surma, Minister of Infrastructure, MPP Brian Saunderson, and the County of Simcoe. Signed by myself. That is my motion. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. You've heard that very detailed motion. Are there any comments or questions from council? Seeing none, I just have one quick comment. I could not agree any more with your, or furthermore with your motion, especially given the efforts and focus of not only this council but the staff in regards to beautification in our community. So if we were successful in achieving your ask, how beautiful would that be for our residents to have both sides of our community very focused on beautification? Okay, so seeing nothing else, obviously it's moved by Mayor Smith. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Belanger. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. I'll pass the floor back to you, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Council, for that support and staff for helping prepare that motion. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. And before we go over to staff reports, I just want to advise that I've been told that item 10.4, dealing with backyard chickens, is no longer pulled. It'll be just for comment, so that will be considered under consent staff reports.
All right, thank you. I think it's also important, before we move along from here, it's important to note that MPP Brian Saunderson, the MPP for Simcoe Grey, was at AMO as well and did join us on many of our delegations and was in support of what it is Wasaga Beach is trying to do and has been helping us to get these delegations set up and to help us as we go through this process to recreate what Wasaga Beach once was, and we thank him very much for his efforts. Okay, moving on now to item number 10, staff reports. The following reports have been pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately: 10.2, 10.3, 10.5, 10.6, 10.13, and 10.14. And before we move along, I'm going to look to Deputy Fire Chief Dan Bell, joining us here today, who will comment on 10.5 and 10.6. Mr. Deputy Chief, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'm pleased to present the reports for June and July from the fire department. June is always a busy month for the fire department, highlighted by a couple of items. We had our second annual open house, which was open to the public and was wonderfully attended. We had a lot of people attend. It was amazing. We had a couple of water training sessions. We had Beausoleil First Nation, which visited us, as well as the Canadian Coast Guard. So we had a number of training sessions with them where we simulated emergencies out in the bay and worked together and did that. Bookended by a visit on June 25th by Solicitor General Kutzner. Came and visited with the mayor, and we were able to grab half an hour with him. He was very distracted by the shiny red trucks, and he was very happy about how clean and everything was. So we had a good little visit, as quick as it was. July was another busy month for us. We ran 217 incidents, and at this point in August, we are about 110 incidents higher than we have been previously. So again, we see that upwards trend of incidents that we get called to. We hosted the staff barbecue at Station 1, and just a couple notes that we have an open recruitment for volunteer firefighters that has been open to the public and spread widely on our social media platforms and in print media, and that is open until September 20th. Just to wrap it up, just to remind everyone in council chambers or who is listening online that the end of summer is rapidly approaching, and drivers should be aware of school buses and young children excited about returning to school and around the roadways. For those with older students going away to college or university, please make sure that they are protected in their apartments or residences with working smoke alarms and carbon monoxide alarms. That's all I have. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief. Any questions or comments for the Deputy? Right, seeing none. Deputy, just 110 calls. Do you know, were most of those medical? Do you have any breakdown on that?
I do, sir. In June, we ran, sorry, that's July's. In June, we ran 192 incidents, 139 of those were medical calls. And in July, we ran 217 calls, and 141 of those were medicals. So we still do have a high medical response. that we do respond to. We do see, speaking with provincial parks, we do see with more people on the beach, we do see more medical calls along the beach. And not all water related. Some people get overheated quickly as they're on the beach and in the area. So our medical calls are increasing, as well as our call volume itself.
All right, well, you and the team do a great job, and we're appreciative of having you there. So thank you, Deputy Chief. All right, I understand the Deputy Mayor, you wanted to comment on item 10.1?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to comment on a few points of the Capital Works update. Thank you for such a great detailed report. Obviously, there's a lot of work underway in the community. Wanted to reference 722 River Road East, the new park that's there, the community park. I drove past it yesterday, and probably around 3:30, 4 o'clock, there's probably at least a dozen people actively playing. So that park is getting great use in spite of its unique location. So I think that was spot on, and I'm really happy to see that you're considering no parking signs to keep the beachgoers from using those spaces. Also, too, just to point to our residents, if you didn't have the chance to read the report, just in this council's term alone, 4 new parks have been invested in this community, and I think that's fantastic for balance and recreation and keeping our residents active. And if you would be able to confirm whether or not, Kevin, the River Road West urbanization, obviously, great job. They're doing a phenomenal job. Are we still ahead of schedule as was shared previously in public?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Mayor Snell, yes, the GIP, the contractor, has worked out quite well to date. They have advanced their construction schedule to a point where our goal collectively is to have base course asphalt done this year and hopefully both sides of sidewalk before the onset of winter. So right now you'll see them feverishly working in front of the school. They want to have the sidewalks and that area prepared in advance of the opening of the school. So they've got several crews in front of Birchview Dunes right now, trying to get the curb down in the asphalt pavement so we don't disrupt the flow of the school buses and the kids in the next week or so. But yes, they do have a very progressive schedule that we're hopeful we don't find too many surprises moving forward, knock on wood. There's still underground utilities and some other things that do create some delays, but overall they've progressed quite well, and the contract has gone well as well.
Thank you for just a quick comment. Super happy to hear that those sidewalks have the goal of being laid in time for school opening, and that they're being mindful to make that area as safe as possible. So thank you very much. That's a great update and report.
No doubt. What a great thing to see that the kids going to school at Birchview Dunes along River Road West are going to have some safe travel in order to get there, and that is so important. It's been very concerning over the last many years by many councils with respect to the safety of kids along that corridor. So, other questions or comments on the reports from the consent agenda? Councillor Tim.
Yes, Your Worship, and I apologize. When Backyard Chickens was pulled, I didn't add my name to pulling it, and I wonder if that item could also be pulled for separate discussion.
Yes, we can do that. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor White.
Yes, I apologize for the confusion on that. I had pulled that item and then reduced that to a comment, so I'll reserve that comment now for that item being pulled.
You're speaking about chickens.
Buck, buck.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments on items on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, we do have a motion that the consent agenda list items under staff reports and all recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion, and move to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? By Councillor White, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? Carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 11, correspondence, 11.1. That the following correspondence have been pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. 11.14. And then we do have a recommendation that the consent list items under correspondence be received for information, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion, and move to matters of consideration and voted on separately. A mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. And now moving on to minutes of board meetings. We do have 12.1 and a motion that the consent list items under minutes of board meetings and committees be received for information. Any questions or comments here? Mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Eagle. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. And moving on to item number 13, matters for consideration. We have several items pulled. We'll start with the first item, safe routes for school children, and this is pulled by Councillor Belanger. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you, through your worship. If council recalls, when we received the deputation related to this, the group was pretty passionate about safe routes to school, as am I, and reading the report, which they have been waiting a considerable period of time for, there was a quick hitter there of extending the safety zones, and I had a conversation with our general manager of Public Works, and he had indicated in the report, and to me, that would be something that they're willing to do. There were some other things that we felt weren't required, but I wanted to motion that council vote on extending the safety zones today, so that hopefully we could, if not getting it done before winter, could have that done by springtime. So.
Thank you, Councillor. Any comments, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. If council is agreeable to that, we don't have a mover and seconder on the table. Councillor Belanger, he could put a motion forward that the report titled Safe Routes to Schools for Children to the council meeting of August 22nd, 2024 be received, and that the Director of Public Works be directed to bring back a bylaw increasing the community safety zones around all elementary schools to 250 meters.
You good with that, Councillor? Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? Oh, a recorded vote, yes. Well, that voice well, there's like a switch out here on clerks. I looked down and I looked back, and now she's back.
Okay.
All right, it'll be a recorded vote then. Madam Deputy Clerk.
No problem. And you know what I'm going to do, because I don't have my recorded vote sheet in front of me? Oh, there we go. Never mind. Councillor Belanger, in favor or against?
In favor.
In favor. Councillor DeLeo, in favor?
In favor.
In favor. Councillor Eagle, in favor or against?
In favor.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Snell, in favor or against?
In favor?
Okay. Councillor Timms, in favor or against?
In favor.
Okay. Councillor White, in favor or against?
In favor.
And Mayor Smith, in favor. Okay, awesome. It carries unanimously. Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, switch again. There we go. So I know who's in the chair. Good. All right. Moving on to the next item then, Wasaga Stars Arena 6-month booking update. This was pulled by Councillor Eagle, correct? Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Yes, Chris, thanks for this report. I have one blazing question that I always have, and I have it from a resident or some residents as well. So the main one is that the traffic studies on the facility say that in the first 6 months, 168,000 plus. So does that figure include all our grand opening events, our concerts, or all of that? Are those figures in there? Or?
Yes, they do. Those happened in maybe the second week, and
Right.
those numbers average out the entire 6 months of February to July.
So it kind of skews it, like we can't think that's going to be it. I'm going to read one of the letters I've received, so maybe this will help us moving forward. Let me just pull this one up. Okay, and I think we've mentioned this before. When all traffic into and out of the building is captured, regardless of how many times anyone enters or exits the building, then what's the true picture of the facility traffic? Especially when there never seems to be hundreds of cars, I am not saying these words, especially when there never seems to be hundreds of cars in the parking lot to substantiate 882 guests per day.
I think I'll jump in here. Listen, we can spend thousands and thousands or tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in a very specific accounting system that recognizes people's faces and whatever, but I don't know that that's cost productive for the municipality. With respect to the opening ceremonies, if we look at the 2 concerts, for example, I think each of those concerts, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Deputy CEO, is about $2,200 per concert, so that's $4,400 with respect, or 4,400 people with respect to 2 concerts of, I think you used a number of 168,000. So it's when you look at that number, it's considerably small. It does skew it. There's no doubt. I'm not arguing that. But what we also know is that the Wasaga Beach Sports and Entertainment Corporation is going to be hosting concerts regularly at this complex, and so we'll be seeing those numbers regularly. It's not like it's going to be a one-time only. Council has moved forward to create concerts and other events happening in there outside of what recreation normally does. And so does it skew the numbers? I guess if we weren't looking at hosting other events there, yes, but I think the fact that we are, I think those opening numbers are very important when we'll be looking at this in another year over year. Listen, I can tell you, I've been in that building many times. I drive by many times, and often I see the parking lot, and I think, oh boy, it's not very full. But hockey happens on weekends. Hockey and figure skating happen in the evenings. They happen at different times of the day when we're not driving by it. And so, I think if we were to sit there for a 24-hour period, we would see that the building is well used. And we are seeing through the report that the building is well used, and it's actually having a negative effect on our recplex in some ways, because we're seeing that numbers on some of those rental rooms are down because people are wanting to use the newer facilities, I can assume. So, but at the end of the day, I think the fact that we're doing our best with the counting system, and maybe Chris, Director Roos, you can elaborate on that counting system and how it works a bit, but how much do we want to spend on counting people come to and from? Can you elaborate on that system, Director Roos, and how it works?
Certainly, Mayor Smith. So there are cameras in the 2 lobbies. We have a third one in the entry area to the library. And it's very simple technology. It counts a body moving in and only moving in. So it knows how to only count each person once. It won't count them going out the other door, et cetera. Beyond that, I guess council may be of interest, and I could certainly circulate in a simple file the daily counts, so we can see those couple blips that happened in the early days when we had concerts. And I would agree that if we hit 3,000 visits on the days with these big concerts, the average comes out over some 6 months to be understandably, 900 a day is not absurd. The second piece I would say that may be of interest is as we get into some very busy days at the Twin Pad Library, I'd invite all of the community to go and see how the arena is going. This weekend, we're having our largest yet family-oriented tournament, a 36-team tournament. We have had one other 36 team, so that's pretty much maxing out all of our ice. They're shorter games. And we know that when youth are playing in the tournaments, they often come with at least a mother or a father or siblings, et cetera. So we're expecting that our 350-odd parking spots should be very close to maxed out over this Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Next week, we are also hosting the Cottage Cup, which is a elite Tier 2 junior. So this is the best hockey players who aren't pro in Ontario, ideally getting picked up by NCAA schools. And there are 8 Ontario top level hockey teams hosted by the Collingwood Blues playing in our arena Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week. So hopefully spectator numbers are up with that. And last but not least, on Tuesday evening, we hosted almost sold out Stayner-Siskin's Junior C game. So those were a couple highlights in the last week and the week to come. And I think as fall unfolds, we'll start to see more of these maxed out days in our building. Hopefully it's not 2,000 every day, but certainly staff are preparing for some very busy days.
Great, thank you, Chris. Anything further, Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chris. I'm glad we opened the conversation. I think we love the facility. I mean, it is well used, and it's exciting. It's exciting to hear now what's happening immediately, and yeah, and answer the people's questions out there. So thanks. It's good.
All right, anyone else on this matter? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Chris, can you tell me if all the little bugs have been worked out with the upstairs walking track, and is it still as busy as it was in the beginning? Obviously, taking into consideration summer might have made a difference somewhat.
I would say that the commentary on the idea of our spectators disrupting the regular walkers has slowed. We, in fact, with this busy weekend coming up, we wanted to trial an idea that said walkers would use the outside and see if the spectators do in any way take over the track on a weekend event where we're certain to have lots of extras moving around in the building. Council may be aware that there were a lot of comments that came out of discussions when we talked about non-resident usage numbers. And as far as the recreation perspective, I'm yet to report back to Council. We haven't come up with an exact logistical plan on how we can restrict and use this RFID technology to grant passes to regular users and then sell them to sort of minimize this extra kids running around all the time on busy evenings or tournament weekends. So to answer your question, there has been very little noise as far as complaints as it goes to spectators or extras sort of disrupting track users at this time. But I suppose it'll get to the weekends in the winter and we'll know for sure and ideally be closer to implementing a plan if need be. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. That's an excellent question. I think we'll start to see the walking track used more as the months get colder. And I think what's important to note, as the director said, we do keep track of this because at the end of the day, it's a walking track. It's not a spectator track, and it's not a games room, right? It's there for people who want to walk. Councillor Belanger is next, and then Councillor DeLeo.
Yeah, thank you, through your worship. Again, I personally drive by, when I'm not in Ottawa, I drive by the arena daily. I sort of have a one-day coffee routine where I go all the way to 45th Street and back and see what's going on in town related to beautification bylaw, how well our arena is and library are being used. But I want to make it very clear to our residents is that we are acutely aware of the investment we have made in this new facility and in the increased operational costs to this facility. And on an ongoing basis, it is on our minds and in our discussions of how to maximize that to the benefit of our community, both in utilization, but also in driving revenue. And I think there's a great many, and as the mayor pointed out, we have created the Events Corporation, and although that hasn't kicked in full now, I think we're going to see that we are going to become very well known for having this state-of-the-art facility in South Georgian Bay and beyond, and that many people will this will become their preference as a spot to come and see an event. Certainly, very enjoyable area to visit versus traditionally going to Toronto to see theater and some of the events that we will attract. So I just want our residents to know that I think you'll see over time, and certainly as we build up our beachfront and a new hotel, that this event will play a very strategic role and will drive a lot more additional revenue. So thank you. Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. To Chris, you kind of hit where you said you're going to put up a sign saying that walkers will have to use the outside of the truck. Is that correct?
Yes, we've had a staff discussion about what would happen on a busy weekend. This is our first good one since this stuff has evolved.
May I elaborate on that? Because the outside is for joggers. So the outside is normally used for joggers, and the inside ones are used for walkers, people that walk, because it's 3, right? So I know when I'm jogging and I stay on the outside, so if there's people walking, then I'll just have to detour around them, or...
My quick answer is there are 3 lanes. So if the inner lane was used for spectators, the second lane could be used for walkers and then pass on the outside. So there are even occasions where a fast walker may pass a slow walker, but obviously the trial is intended to understand. I think Mayor Smith made a great point in that, A, it's summertime and we may not have as much traffic there over this coming weekend, but also to understand certainly if there is a concern with interacting between the two.
All right. Any other questions, comments on this matter? Thank you, Councillor Belanger, for making the point that we are acutely aware. I think, in all fairness to our residents, however, they are also acutely aware of the high increases over the last 2 budgets that they have seen in order to pay for the arena and the operations and the library operations. Hopefully we're as far as we need to go with that, and that pain will subside, but I do understand the concerns from residents that they've seen a huge increase in their taxes to fund and pay for, and now that they are doing that, they want to see a return on their investment. And to that point then, as Councillor Belanger said, please be aware that council and staff here are doing everything we can to make that building as busy as we possibly can and to generate revenue from events and so on to help to pay for that, to alleviate the burden on taxpayers. So it's a great point. All right, we do have a motion that the report titled New Stars Arena 6-month bookings update to the council meeting of August 22nd, 2024 be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Ego, seconded by Councillor Timms. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. On the recorded vote, Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
All right, I think we're going to move on to this next item and get through the next item, and then we're going to take a 20-minute break for a quick lunch and a bio break, and then we'll get back and get to it. The next item, of course, on the agenda is backyard chickens, and this was pulled by Councillor White, Councillor DeLeo, and now Councillor Timms. So I'll look to Councillor White on this matter.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and offer a quick apology to our clerk for a lot of flip-flopping on the flapping of the chickens. Originally, I had pulled this because I thought it would be a really great opportunity to make a case for backyard chickens. Looking at the results, not only of the survey done this time, but also the survey done last time, it certainly leaves a lot of room for that. However, after having a great conversation with Rachel in bylaw about this, it's come to my mind that, staff are already at capacity, executing an aggressive priority list set by this council, and this would be a significant undertaking. And I do believe that the community would still need an education to communicate best practices, et cetera, around this type of activity in the municipality. And I say that only because we have already seen some pretty undesirable conditions. So for me, it's not that I'm looking to say no. I'm just saying, for this municipality and for my vote where this would go on this is just not yet. So I'll leave my comment at that as well as others here.
Thank you, Councillor White. Next is Councillor Timms. Councillor DeLeo. My apologies.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to read an article, if I may, that I found. It's a very heartbreaking article, actually, that I found on Municipal World, and it's regarding a pilot project in Orangeville regarding backyard chickens. A rescue with over 300 abandoned chickens fears Orangeville hen owners won't think through the work involved. While there has been some success in backyard chickens programs, there's also a lot of collateral damage when it comes to unwanted chickens. The concept of keeping backyard chickens is often heavily romanticized, but a woman who has rescued hundreds of them fears participants in a new Orangeville pilot program will underestimate the commitment involved. Most people have no idea what they're getting into, said Laura MacArthur, operator of Silver Willow Farm and Rescue in Mansfield. Chickens are cute when they're young, fluffy, and laying an egg for you every few days, but the novelty wears off. They're not easy to take care of. The rescue is currently home to more than 300 chickens abandoned from programs province-wide. The winter is the worst because the birds are freezing, MacArthur said. They need a warm place to live, and people don't want them anymore. People don't realize to get eggs year-round, lights are necessary, and chickens require a lot of water and warmth to survive the winter, requiring insulation and heating. The cost exceeds the value. You spend a lot on hydro, heating, housing, and food. It's very expensive. You're never going to get ahead by having 3 chickens, said MacArthur. They also only lay eggs for a couple of years. At that point, MacArthur said, many people choose to abandon them. And let's not forget the wild animals they attract. People have reported hearing the howls and screaming at night where chicken coops reside. They attract foxes, raccoons, and other wild animals. So I'm reading this because I want the public to be aware, and also I want the public to be aware I am totally against backyard chickens. I believe we live in an urban town, not a rural. Let's leave the farming of chickens to the professionals where it belongs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And now on to Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. When I read the report and saw that 68% of the respondents were in favor, and most of them for household consumption, I wondered if we had looked deeply enough into the topic. And I think that the concerns that Councillor DeLeo is pointing out, as well as what is in the report and the survey regarding rodents, odor, and noise, I wonder if these items could not be mitigated and dealt with through a strict approval and permit process, along with items like appropriate sized property and education, so that it's not just a matter of people can just have a chicken coop and put in their chickens, but can the town not take a stronger control over that, understanding that there will be costs incurred. I'm hearing a lot from the food insecurity community that it's a good opportunity to save some money. I'm hearing from Councillor DeLeo that from her report that she has read, that may not be the case, but I'm wondering if we have looked into the situation deeply enough. So perhaps through you, Your Worship, if Rachel could speak to some of those concerns that I have just put forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I think the report clearly reflects the things that the bylaw department did look into for these things. I also did reach out to quite a few municipalities that have done pilot projects or just have backyard chickens in general, and obviously, some have very strict provisions, some have no provisions. Most comments were that obviously enforcement challenges come with that, but it's certainly something that can be looked into if that's what is decided.
Councillor Timms?
From my perspective, I would like more information.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, through the mayor. With the best of intentions and with the limited resources that we have to enforce so many things in our community. And I think we all see where that is a difficult challenge. One bad actor could create a disaster for the chicken industry. You know, and these are also backyard chickens. Our bylaw enforcement it's very difficult. It's not a drive-by to see if somebody is correctly handling chickens and like, to me, the risk far outweighs any benefit. And again, to the report that just happened, if you're doing it right, you're likely not even saving money for your household. So as far as I'm concerned, just the risk is too great for any benefit.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments from any other councillors before I go back to Councillor DeLeo? Okay, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Yeah, my only comment that I wanted to add, thank you, through your worship, is listening to the conversation that's going on right now, and thank you, Councillor DeLeo, for bringing forward the points that were mentioned in that article. This isn't something that I could support either. I don't think we have capacity to take it on. I don't think financially we can afford to implement and support and train, although great ideas. The fee would far outweigh the benefit financially for our residents. So at this point, I could not even support staff spending any more time on this, frankly.
All right, back to Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. It's just a simple little comment. Where do we stop? If we allow chickens for food insecurity, what if somebody approaches council and says, well, I have a little goat that I can only have goat milk and it should be my right to keep it in the backyard? So where do we stop? How do you say no to one and yes to the other? You got to put a limit. And I think 0 is the best limit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. And what the heck, we might as well have everyone. So Councillor Eagle.
Just a quick comment. Thank you. I read the report in depth and I appreciate the work the staff has done on this. You've got the numbers, the percentages. It looked like a very fair report to be an inclusive and it spoke loudly. And I would certainly be supporting your report.
All right, any other comments or questions? I agree. And the one thing I can say for certain is that not just this council, but past councils have spent the same amount of time or more time on this as we have. And I think we've always come to the same conclusion. I absolutely sympathize with people today and food insecurities and the cost of food. And yes, this is an easy fix, certainly this time of year. But I would agree that as winter comes along, you've got to think about the chickens as well and the humanity. Or the inhumanity, which we obviously do see. And to Councillor Eagle's point, where does it, or to Councillor DeLeo's point, sorry, where does it stop? Next is a goat, next is a cow, whatever else it may be. And I think we open a door that is very difficult for us to control. And what we know is that, when we do have bad actors, whatever that a bylaw is, that we tend to get a ton of calls from neighbors, and we do the best we can to fix it, but it's not easy. We do live in an urban surrounding, not a rural surrounding, and I don't want to make light of people trying to provide the best way they can for their families, but I'm struggling with this one. As much as I like the idea, quite frankly, I struggle with it, because how do we police it? How do we make sure that the animals are being treated humanely, and how do we ensure that we don't have a situation where a disease comes into play and now we affect the ability for chicken and eggs for thousands and thousands of families, and if we look at the food insecurity standpoint, when that happens, what we know is that the price even goes higher because of the shortage. So I struggle to support this as well. Appreciate all the comments by members of council, and I'll read the resolution. That the report titled, pardon me, Backyard Chickens to the council meeting of August 22nd, 2024 be received, and that the existing zoning and animal control bylaws prohibiting backyard chickens on non-rural lots be maintained. I'll look to a mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor DeLeo, pardon me, and Councillor Ego, and I'll look to the clerk for a recorded vote.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
Opposed?
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and we'll now take a 20-minute recess. So.
Your Worship, we are now live.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Welcome back, everybody. We'll call this meeting back to order. We're now moving on to the next part of our agenda, which is the Town Beautification Strategy, Municipal Law Enforcement Activities. And this report was pulled by Councillor Belanger. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you, through your worship. The only point I'd like to make very strongly is that a lot of what I'm hearing from social media and from a few residents that have contacted me and had some concerns of us targeting businesses or targeting certain residents or whatever with either our sign bylaw or our AMPS bylaw, which is administrative mandatory penalty, is couldn't be farther from the truth. I've talked to a lot of residents as well that when I tell them that these are strategies in the beautification of Wasaga Beach, they said, it's about time. Like, I mean, the reality is we have unbelievable natural assets here. But frankly, there's been many situations in our town that are not aesthetically pleasing. And it has to change. We're going to be investing a lot of money, as will a lot of private enterprise invest a lot of money into this town. And we need every resident and every business to participate in the beautification of our town. It can only benefit all of us as we drive through town, as we attract more tourism, and as we reduce our property taxes because we increase our commercial tax base. So there's a payback for your effort. So, man, trim the grass around every post, and don't let your lawns. Granted, I know there's pollination yards and that type of thing, but some of them look very beautiful, and some of them look quite unkept. And all we would ask our residents to work as hard as your council and as hard as our staff to try to beautify our community and make it a better place, as the mayor always says, to live, play, work, and did I miss anything there? Learn. And learn, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Timms.
Thank you. I actually just wanted to make a comment. In reading the report and seeing that our department, bylaw department, has had over 4,000 investigations in roughly a year, and 80% of them have been managed. I would like to compliment the department on that. I did have a quick conversation with Rachel about the 20% that are still ongoing, and she informed me that, some are being closed and being worked on, and I just feel that it's really worthwhile for our public to realize that's a lot of work for over 4,000 bylaw complaints that you've been working on. So I don't know if you have a comment through your worship in regards to that. Thank you.
Other than the fact that you need sleep.
Yeah, no kidding. Thank you, to your worship. I did want to just clarify that and that was my fault for misunderstanding earlier, but it's actually the 80% is what we have proactively enforced so far, not what has been closed or opened. But we kind of did a year end from, June of this, or last year to June of this year, just in regards to the bylaws that are beautification. So I know this topic is beautification, but that doesn't even go to show all the work that bylaw is doing with other bylaws and the actual, calls for service that we get every year for like noise, fireworks, all that fun stuff that keep us fueled for the day. Thank you.
Well, if that's what fuels you, all the power to you. Mr. CAO?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to compliment Rachel and her team as well. I think council is aware that previous years, prior to this council, it was really a complaints-based approach to bylaw enforcement. We've heard loud and clear that this council, this community wants us to be more proactive. That's exactly what Rachel and her team are doing. I know it's not always received well, but again, we are not targeting. We are treating everyone the same. When we drive along the street, we don't care who owns a business. That's not what we're looking at. We're looking at, is your sign illegal? Is this right? Is your grass too long? So I know it may feel to some like we're targeting, but that is absolutely untrue. I also wanted to share a minor success story. And the volume is a success to Rachel and her team. But I think you all know shopping carts have been a pet peeve of mine. Since council adopted or passed the shopping cart bylaw, we were averaging seizing 25 shopping carts a week. We got to a point where we had 125 shopping carts, but I understand now that the owner is getting the message, and they've now ramped up their own patrols to go and collect their own carts. So sometimes it takes being a little proactive for the message to sink in. I think that's a success story. Hopefully that keeps on, because they were getting a little bit out of control.
Excellent point, Andrew. Other questions or comments? Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Great work by the bylaw department on the town beautification, and I can't think of town beautification without thinking of Timothy Dalton and Hot Fuzz. But anyways, there's been a lot of debate, a lot of chit-chat around the sign bylaw, and I think before any business owner goes and starts pulling stuff off the side of their building, that they need to come in and talk to staff and find out, what it should be there, what should not be there, and the difference between a simple decoration and a sign, so that we have some clarity on that. There's some confusion out there, and I would hate for someone to make a mistake or leave up signs that shouldn't be there either way. But get some advice from town staff before we go do anything drastic. There is character to be kept. There are things about this town that are unique, and our businesses and all that provide that for our beautiful town. So by all means, if you're out there and you're kind of concerned as to what's going on, reach out to staff, find out what's permitted and what's not, and don't make a mistake.
If I could, Mr. Mayor. On that point, that's an excellent point, Councillor White. The bylaw is black and white. This is allowed, this is not. There is gray when it comes to signs. And I agree with you, there are some businesses in town that have really cool stuff that adds to the character of the community. So if you're in that gray area, you can always apply for a variance. And then the way that would work is you would submit the variance, fill out the application. Staff will evaluate and say, you know what, there is design merit to what you've got here. There may not be. There is a bit of gray there to allow for creativity and uniqueness. So I hope that businesses out there understand that. And if they feel that they've got a cool sign that they really want to keep, go through that process, and we'll see if we can work with them.
All right, thank you, Councillor White. Thank you, Andrew. Did you want to respond, Councillor? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think it is such a part of a town's identity, how the businesses and the buildings are presented, especially to the roadside. And as much as we don't want, clutter and unnecessary noise from that particular vantage point, we also don't want to sterilize the buildings either and make sure that there's this little lack of feeling at all. We are a cool beach town with a cool vibe. There's a retro feel to some of the aspects of our town, and a not so retro feel with some of the newer projects that are being done. And I want to make sure that we don't wipe everything away and turn it into something it should not be. So please reach out to staff and let's get it right.
All right. Councillor Timms, yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. And since our last conversation on the sign bylaw, I have really been looking at the town with a different set of sunglasses, if you like. And I I look at our beachfront area where there is some use of signage that may not fit that bylaw. And I feel like we still need to be tweaking and looking at what best serves us. As we move into beachfront development, there will be some negative aspects of a big dig there, and signage will probably become even more important directionally to get people to understand how they get to rent a Segway. So I just, that's just been sitting on my mind as I've been driving around looking at some of the signs that really don't fit our bylaw anymore, that maybe we still have to have that conversation with staff and try to understand better if you're a business owner, as Councillor White says. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, just a quick one. Moving forward proactively, when a person comes and completes a business application, do you share with them the sign bylaw and the beautification bylaw as it relates to their property and it being kept?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we certainly do. We also are trying to work with other departments as well to let them know about our process. That way, if someone is maybe going through a building permit or through planning to have a business there, those things are also given to them at that time, especially with those new developments coming in. We see developer signs go up. We want to make sure they're approved before putting those signs up. So I think it kind of branches on a few different things and just getting all the departments on the same page to be able to present that, so our businesses are informed right away and they know the process. And I think it's also, a huge part on the bylaw side of things that when we do see a new business, and we're going there for the business license inspection, if we go, I don't think we got a permit for that, we'll just inform and educate, get them to go through the process and continue to work with them.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the follow-up. It's slightly unrelated, but I think there's opportunity, in particular, speaking about businesses, to work with ECDOV and Caitlin's team to create a really comprehensive package that gives any new business owner a big, warm Wasaga Beach welcome, not only with rules and bylaws, but also with networking opportunities, ways in which that we support through SBEC or other opportunities. So just something to maybe noodle on and consider speaking with her about. Thank you.
Yeah, just to actually comment on that, we have kind of been in the work with ECDEV to kind of come forward with a package when businesses are applying. I'm not saying that's concrete or anything at the moment, but there's definitely been conversation to work towards that goal.
All right, good discussion. I think what's important is some direction, obviously, to all departments that, we're handing out information, whether it be through planning, through building, through bylaw, through ECDEV, through Treasury Department. And this information is important to get out there and to be clear to everybody, even new residents coming that are buying a home, that they understand the bylaws and the rules around living in Wasaga Beach, just like you have in any other community. With respect to our beautification, I can tell you that whether I'm driving down Main Street or whether I'm driving throughout town, this last 2 weeks, I can tell you I am seeing a massive improvement, especially along the corridor we've been focusing on to start, and that's Main Street. It's night and day to me. There's still some issues, absolutely. There'll always be some, but I commend staff for the great job that they're doing in getting that cleaned up. And if we can get the rest of our community to look 2/3 or 3/4 as good as Main Street starting to look, I think this will be a success story. To those folks who think that we're targeting them on their grass or on their signs or whatever, get over yourself. I'm sorry. The town is very busy. Council is very busy. Staff are very busy, focused on many, many great things. We don't have time, desire, or the care to be focusing on any one individual or any one business with respect to the condition. I mean, you either meet the standards or you don't. And it's kind of a fair process to everybody, and it's not easy. It's not easy for staff. I mean, listen, if the bylaw officer's coming to your door, it's usually not coming to tell you won the lottery. And so, and of course, we all know, and in society today, what you can face when you get to that door. It can be very pleasant, or it can be not so pleasant. So, great job, keep up the good work, and we'll get this community looking even better than it already does. So it's a sense of pride. And I think as we move along, I can tell you that out in the public and speaking to people, they're noticing it. And it is a sense of pride in our community, and I'm glad we're going in that direction. All right, we do have a motion that the report titled Town Beautification Strategy Municipal Law Enforcement Activities to the Council meeting of August 22nd, 2024 be received for information. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor White. Recorded vote, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Boulanger.
In favor?
DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
And Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And moving on to the zoning bylaw amendment file Z0720 Wasaga Riverwoods Homes, Inc., pulled by Councillor Belanger. Councillor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think council remembers that during the public meeting, there was quite a bit of opposition to the first application. I'm commend staff. I know there's been a lot of back and forth, and this revision before us is improved. It's very difficult to please everyone. I have been contacted by some residents of the building, and drove there on the back of Ottawa and took a couple of pictures. But I know we haven't done detailed site plan yet, and some of the things that it would ask to be looked at as we go to that detail is three things were mentioned. One is the occupants of the adjacent building have been looking out at trees for a long time. In fact, they have a line of trees on their property that would block out a lot of the view of the new building. But as we go to the south of the property towards where the parking lot will be, there's not trees depicted in the site plan. So I know that the people on the south end of that building, they would prefer to continue to look out and see foliage. So if it's possible that some trees could be added to the south of that would be great. The other thing is they increased the setback between the two buildings on the building portion, but when you get to the parking lot, they extend the parking lot right to or close to the property line. And the ask, if possible, was to keep the same setback so that the parking lot is in alignment with the building and doesn't extend. Through that also gives us the drainage ditch and that greenage, that little bit of a break. It would extend from River Road all the way to the full expanse of the property. And then the third concern, and I'm pretty sure this, that maybe our General Manager of Public Works could comment, but I understand the drainage ditch is in need of maintenance currently. Obviously, with new construction, that would be looked at, but on an ongoing basis, they're just concerned about that drainage ditch between the two buildings becoming a bit of a collect-all. So those are the three things that I think would go a long way in increasing the pleasure of the adjacent residents. And if they could be taken into consideration, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Anyone from staff want to respond to that? Trevor?
Through your worship, I'll let Matt Ellis, the senior planner who has carriage of the file, speak for the first two, and Mr. Lalonde can speak to the third.
Welcome, Matt.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Smith, Councillor Belanger, and as well as Trevor. I'll just clarify, at the time of the third submission, and I believe we're on the fifth submission now, planning staff asked the applicants to upgrade the metal fence proposed at that time to a solid board fence to shield the headlights from vehicles from shining into the apartment building on the adjacent property to the east. That would more effectively shield the headlights than obviously the fence that was proposed at that time, as well as trees. But to Councillor Belanger's point, we'll certainly look into trees in addition to the solid board fence along that side easterly property line. Of course, we can't guarantee that they will be planted, but we'll definitely look into it. And we'll look into the other matters as well. And I'll defer to Kevin regarding maintenance of the drainage channel to the east of the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Mr. General Manager?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the current drainage channel that will, I guess, be in between the two facilities is kind of the natural outlet for the wetland to the south and actually the overland flow route for the stormwater management pond for the adjacent Wasaga Beach Village development. So we will need unencumbered access to that channel to maintain it. So although trees may look appropriate on the plan, we still need to get equipment up and down and alongside that that channel. So that's a comment that needs to be taken into consideration. And I don't know off the top of my head if our access is entirely via this property along the westerly limits of the channel, or if there is some easement permissions along the treetop side. So. But definitely duly noted in terms of the garbage and collection, but it is a low-grade, flat, essentially, drainage outlet that does have standing water, just given the characteristics of the area, and there is certainly growth in there, but something we'll need to make sure that we have access to so we can maintain when necessary.
Thank you, Kevin. Andrew?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Belanger. The other comment, I was just chatting with Matt about the request to move the parking aisle over in line with the building. I think that could potentially be problematic. It looks to me, based on the plan, there are minimum dimensions for drive aisles and parking stalls, and it looks like they've got that minimum met. So in order to accomplish that, you'd probably wipe out 10 to 12 parking spaces. So I think Matt would need to check and see where they are and they're meeting their parking requirements. I just asked him, are they just meeting or are there excess spaces? So we'll have to look in to see the implications of that, because it's not just as simple as sliding it over to be in line.
Just in a follow-up, I'm just asking for consideration on behalf of some residents. Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? Councillor Ego?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Sorry, I may be late to the party on this, but I certainly was reading it through, and I'm pleased that it went from townhomes to an apartment building. I think that is brilliant here, what we need versus what was on there. You looked at me, Matt, like that wasn't the plan? It was originally townhomes to be in there, or the original plan back, was it not?
Through Councillor Ego, back in 2013, the development that was approved at that time was 22 townhomes. And for whatever reason, that didn't happen and the property was sold to the current owner.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess I went that far back on the reading. And maybe this is updated as well. So when I was reading the report, some of these words came to me where unevaluated wetland, within the front portion. So I don't know if this is up to date. I think it is, because this was your report here. And negative impacts can be avoided with the implementation of appropriate mitigation measures. So that's what really caught my eye. Have those been addressed? Are they being addressed? Are you concerned about, significant wetland? Where are we on that? I have no idea.
Thank you, Councillor Eagle. But those are addressed through the environmental impact statement, the EIS that was, or the environmental impact study that was submitted, and That study makes a number of recommendations, and those recommendations will be implemented through the site plan agreement that will be required as part of site plan control.
Yes, and the environmental study by the corporation, that the developer hires, is that, I didn't know if these were your words, I thought
Well,
they
I
were some
think,
of your
sorry,
words
Councillor,
in here,
I
that's why I'm
think
confused.
whether the developer hired them
Yeah.
or whoever hired them, we're all using professionals here, and the environmental study would have, I think what Matt's saying is the environmental study touched on that, and any concerns have been mitigated or avoided at this point. Is that right, Matt?
Through your worship, yes. And the EIS was also peer reviewed by the MVCA prior to Bill 23 come into effect, when they were permitted to comment on natural heritage matters.
So I think another, sorry, Councillor, I just want to make something clear for the public here. Correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but anytime we have environmental studies, or any studies for that matter, they are peer reviewed, correct? If it's not the town who's doing them?
Correct, yes, they are peer reviewed.
So there is a second, always a second engineering firm or a second corporation that specializes in whatever that study or report required is, that reviews it to make sure that it isn't a biased report.
Okay, thanks, that's a clear cut, because I was going to ask that at this point, as the town asked for peer review. So that's all covered, and so when I see significant wetland, it is being addressed, has been addressed, and it's clear in this report. Got it? Okay, thank you.
Good, all right, thanks, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? All right, we do have a motion that the zoning bylaw amendment, zoning the bylaw amendment number 70720 Wasaga Riverwoods Homes, Inc. to the council meeting of August 22nd, 2024 be received, and that the council enact the zoning bylaw amendment 707-20 for Wasaga Riverwoods Homes, Inc. as recommended in this report. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor White. Madam Clerk.
Your worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Moving on to the next item, short-term accommodation project recommendation report. And this was put together by Carly. And Carly, it's important to know, this is how dedicated our staff are, folks. Carly is now off on mat leave, has been for about a week, and here she is back to make sure that she looks after us with this report. So welcome back, Carly.
Thank you. Let's hope I make it through this.
And believe me, we hope you make it through this too.
If you don't.
But he does have a direct line to the people who can help.
Guys on standby, just in case.
All right, great. All right, Carly, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. I just wanted to take a moment just to provide a quick overview of the report, which I acknowledge was maybe not the shortest report that I've put before you so far, and just to ensure that there's some clarity on a lot of the issues and the things that are under consideration in this report, because they are really important that we understand distinctions between short-term accommodations and the other types of accommodations that we're talking about when we start looking at this licensing framework. So I just created a quick presentation that kind of goes over this. So short-term accommodations have seen a significant rise in popularity across many municipalities, including obviously the town of Wasaga Beach. These accommodations often facilitated through online platforms, which you're probably familiar with, so Airbnb, VRBO. They offer temporary lodging to tourists and visitors. And while they can boost local tourism and provide homeowners with additional income, they also bring a range of challenges that can impact community well-being and quality of life for our residents. So in 2023, Council identified STAs as part of its term of council priorities in establishing its complete communities, and requested that a review of our current licensing strategies be examined. The mandate for this project at the time, and at my first report, was set as to establish and conduct a comprehensive review of these accommodation regulations and our licensing strategies, and to assess these existing regulations and propose recommendations not only to enhance our licensing framework, but more importantly, to address issues related to safety, compliance, and mitigating community impacts, which we know from our public engagement is something that obviously our residents are extremely concerned with. I think that it's probably really important that we clarify the fact that when we talk about short-term accommodations, we aren't just discussing, and I'm going to use air quotes here, Airbnbs. In fact, Airbnb is not a type of accommodation. It's simply a rental platform that is used to assist short-term accommodation owners in renting out their properties. So the best analogy that I can give, and one that I've given in public engagement sessions, is when we talk about Airbnb, it's much in the same way that we talk about Kleenex. You may ask your friend for a Kleenex, but what you're asking for really is a tissue. Airbnb is a brand, it is not a type of accommodation. So on Airbnb, in fact, you can find accommodation listings for multiple types of short-term accommodations. So traditional bed and breakfasts, trailers, even tents, in addition to what most people think of as Airbnbs. And if I can make the assumption, my guess is, when most people talk about Airbnbs, what they're really talking about are residential dwelling units that are being rented out in their entirety to the traveling public. So to be clear, the town of Wasaga Beach does not currently permit the rental of a residential dwelling unit in its entirety to the traveling public, and this report does not make the recommendation that we permit that in the future. Airbnbs, if we were to refer to them as such, currently are not permitted anywhere in town regardless of the zoning. However, when we do look at the ways in which the town does regulate short-term accommodations, we need to understand that there are essentially 4 main types, and they're listed for you on your screens. Unfortunately, the titles of these different types that come from the zoning bylaw and the business licensing bylaw and their definitions are at times quite confusing. And I know that staff are looking at ensuring that these definitions adhere more to colloquial uses of these types of words, so that in the future it'll be a little bit more better to be understood by the public and by business owners looking to establish these types of businesses. So right now we have tourist establishments, short-term accommodations, bed and breakfasts, hotels and motels. These all fall under the umbrella of short-term accommodation. So the most important distinctions to note between these types of accommodations are that bed and breakfasts, which are permitted in residential zones, function as a type of short-term accommodation, but the difference here between what we're going to be talking about as Airbnbs and bed and breakfasts is that in a bed and breakfast, this is the primary residence of the person who owns the property. They reside in that residence and they are present when guests are present. We also have short-term accommodations and tourist establishments, and these involve properties that are rented out to the traveling public where the owner does not reside, and they are typically not present when it's being rented out. So included in this category are things like cottage courts, but also things like lodging houses. We have trailer parks, anywhere where a unit is being rented out to the traveling public that doesn't have a primary residential use. So these are typically businesses that are found in the commercial zones. So commercial tourism and the commercial accommodation zones. And finally, there are the more traditional hotels and motels, which are covered under short-term accommodations. And I think you're all pretty well versed in what those are like. But the essential difference between these and a lot of the other types of accommodations is that they may or may not involve kitchen facilities, and they're usually serviced by a communal entrance. So the town currently regulates short-term accommodations through a mixture of zoning and licensing. So zoning is a key regulatory tool that is used by municipalities to manage the location and operation of short-term accommodations. By designating specific areas or zones where they're permitted, we can control the impact that these businesses have on residential neighborhoods, ensuring that they align with community standards and land use objectives. So the map that you have before you, it's something that's on the Engage Wasaga website, it's also something that was in the report, outlines the areas where we currently permit short-term accommodations. And by that I mean all of those 4 different types. The only thing that's not included on here would be where we permit bed and breakfasts, because those are permitted in residential zones, and it just didn't make sense to color the entire town one particular color for that zone. So just assume that they're permitted everywhere. So in addition to zoning, licensing works in tandem to further regulate short-term accommodations by setting specific operational standards that property owners must meet to legally offer their properties for rental. So through the licensing process, municipalities can enforce compliance with zoning, ensuring that STAs operate only in permitted areas, and adhere to safety, health, and community impact requirements. Licensing also allows for regular inspections and renewals, providing a mechanism to address ongoing concerns and to maintain oversight of these businesses. So right now, currently in the town of Wasaga Beach, in order to obtain a license for a short-term accommodation, business owners have to provide the following kind of short-listed application requirements. So they have to show proof that they own the property, articles of incorporation, a minimal insurance requirement, fees. They have to undergo zoning and building compliance checks, and undergone fire and property standards inspections. So while we have been licensing businesses up until now, I will say that what we require is pretty light when we consider what our neighboring communities require to obtain a license. So despite having an existing licensing system, town staff have acknowledged the difficulties associated with ensuring that the regulatory framework that licenses these types of businesses keeps pace with the evolving landscape of short-term accommodations. Data that was presented back to you in July shows that the town has a large number, 595 units as of March of 2024, a large number of businesses that expands to over 1,000 in the summer that are operating outside of our bylaws. And when we look at where these places are currently operating, the majority of these are operating in zones where we would not permit them to operate. So it's not as simple as saying we have 1,000 businesses operating, but if we were to license them all, we would achieve a large, a huge share of revenue. The fact is that 90% of these we wouldn't license, so they require enforcement. So as the data clearly shows, from a simple compliance standpoint, there's obviously the large proportion of businesses that operate outside of our current bylaws, and this puts a strain not only on our enforcement staff, but also strains between the town enforcement staff, businesses, and our residents, because they're the ones who are living in the neighborhoods. They're the ones who are having to deal with the noise, the parking, the property standards complaints. In fact, I don't know if you recall from the last report, but the town of Wasaga Beach faces a unique problem when in comparison to our neighbors. We have over 3 times the amount of complaints about short-term accommodations than they receive in Collingwood, Penetang, Tiny, where they're looking at 50 complaints a year. Pardon me. They're looking at 50 complaints a year, and then they instituted a new licensing framework, whereas we're looking at 300 plus in a year. And these are the only complaints that we receive from the public. These aren't our officers going out proactively to look for violations. So these 2 issues of non-compliance, when compared with what I'm going to call a party reputation, so the town has obviously gained a reputation as a party destination for younger groups. These 2 things paired together has reaching impacts not only on the quality of life of our residents, but also on local businesses and tourism. And it's something that we saw in our public engagement session with our stakeholders, our business community, that they do have a concern about this over-reliance on weekend party tourism and how that's going to limit our economic growth potential in the future. So the goal of this project really has been to create a regulatory framework that's able to strike that balance between supporting the local economy, driving tourism, preserving the character and livability of residential neighborhoods. And to do this, I felt that the solution really needed to achieve the following. It needed to create a framework that is transparent, with a clear set of expectations for businesses. It needed to reduce the impact of short-term accommodations on the residential character of neighborhoods, and this would be reductions in some of the main concerns that residents have around noise, parking, garbage, occupancy. And it needed to, create a more resilient tourism community that works towards the larger goal of rebuilding what we're looking at as the Wasaga Beach Family Fun brand. So as outlined in the report, the recommendations which are listed here, some of which have already actually been adopted, including number 1, the recommendations that were put forth are 4-fold. The first being the use of enhanced enforcement tools, and that is really represented by the introduction of AMPS penalties, STA compliance software, which Council adopted, and a new proactive enforcement strategy to STAs that will be able to be achieved through that compliance software. The second would be the introduction of a demerit point system. So this is a transparent accountability system that really works to deter bad actors and encourages all operators to maintain high standards. And the idea is that ultimately this will lead to a more reputable and reliable accommodation sector. Third, the recommendation for a new bylaw that is separated from the business licensing bylaw, and that this bylaw work to regulate STA operations, and that it provides more clearly defined standards for operators, but also for guests, and it promotes more responsible management practices. And finally, that we develop a tourism partnership program. The purpose of this program being to incentivize property owners to invest in their businesses, to provide superior guest experiences, and to elevate the accommodations on offer. And really, this is all to encourage our tourists who come to visit here, not just to stay and play, but to invest in the community that they visit. So I just want to thank you for your consideration of these recommendations and just open the floor to any questions that anybody might have.
Thank you very much, Carly, for the excellent presentation and the long but excellent report. It's very informative. The numbers here are staggering, in my opinion. I had no idea that it was this. The numbers were that high, and that we had that many units currently in town. So we'll open the floor. This was actually pulled by Councillor Belanger. We'll start with you, Councillor.
Thank you. Through the mayor, many of my questions were answered through your presentation, so thank you, because when we talked about the property owner residing in the president, you kind of cleared that up between the two types. So the only question I have, and it'll probably be towards our Director of Planning, is that when we do the new official plan, are we changing some of the zoning on some of these locations? Like, I have been contacted by residents where it's very confusing to me, where one building is in a tourist accommodation zone, and one building that is very close to that building is not allowed and has been contacted by bylaw. And when you look at the two locations, it makes no sense that there's a difference in the zoning. So I'm not sure where we're going with the official plan, but clearly, you know, in the areas of Beach 1, 2, and 3, if you're north of Moseley, it would seem that that would be kind of ideal tourist accommodation area, and yet it seems to be hit and miss. So again, you know, I don't know if we're looking at that, but certainly as we do the official plan, there's certain areas of our town where it seems it would be much more desirable to have a tourist come and visit a location in that area close to the water as opposed to in a subdivision in Blueberry Trail or whatever. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Trevor?
Through your worship, my read of the staff report, and Carly can correct me if I'm wrong, is that there was no conclusion as to where the uses were supposed to be allowed or not. In fact, my recollection was it was a split. Half of the people polled, or whatever it was, said it should be only in commercial zones or designations. The other half said, well, maybe we can allow it somewhere else. So to answer your question, the official plan has a section for STAs. And if you look at the first draft that's on the website, it's got a big blank in it, because I don't think you as councillor or the public has given us direction as to what or where you do or do not want those. So that's something that when we do the public meeting on October the 20th and going forward to the end of this year with the new official plan, decisions will have to be made as to where you do and do not want them. In terms of the zoning bylaw, obviously the new zoning bylaw will mirror whatever you come up with the official plan. There will be I wasn't here in 2003 when the current zoning bylaw was done, but there are certainly, it would seem, for example, cottage courts are the ones that come up a lot. Some of the cottage courts are right smack dab in the middle of a residential area and they have a commercial zone. Well, that was probably because back in 2003, we wanted to recognize them as legal and not make them legal non-conforming. Going forward, if the desire is no, we want those cottage courts to be redeveloped into something else, we can develop policies in the official plan to encourage that, and or we can take the zonings and make them legal non-conforming or give them something else. None of those decisions have been rendered yet, but those are the decisions that you're going to have to be making in the next 4 to 5 months.
No, well, just in follow-up to that, I would tell you that when you look at the strategic plan that's just presented to us, the opinion of residents related to have tourist accommodation in their area is skewed to a very unregulated kind of thing. Like if we have demerit points and they know that if we had a bad actor that they could potentially lose their license, we're putting a lot of things in place to make sure those operators are a higher quality and that the renters that, I think party houses are particularly the problem. And we have quite a number where we have, even they don't reside in Wasaga Beach, the owners of the houses, they're not on site, and they end up renting to maybe to the maximum number of beds but young people, and then they invite another 30 people, so by the end of the weekend, you get this terrible situation. But certainly on a demerit point system where you could potentially lose your license, I would think that kind of behavior will be curbed a lot, and that would hopefully, we need to project into the future as we make our decisions as council.
Thank you. Anything further to add, Trevor? Are you good?
I was just going to say, I agree with the councillor. There's perhaps, and it's not my decision to make, obviously, but there's something to be said about having a robust licensing system in place and operational first, and more of a restrictive OP and zoning second. See how the beta testing on your licensing bylaw operates first, work out those bugs, and then decide if you want as a council or as a community, now that we know that our licensing system is operational and it's functioning, now we can decide if we want to open it up to other areas. So that's the other way you can do it, is have a robust system in place, be a little bit more conservative in your planning documents, do a beta test for a season or whatever it is, then come back. We can always amend the official plan and the zoning later. But if you're not comfortable today, get the system in place, see how it works, then we can come back if that's what council chooses to do.
Excellent recommendation. Makes total sense. Carly?
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may, just also to address some of the councillors' comments there. There's actually a portion of the report that does speak to permitted uses and what we should be looking at that going forward. And Trevor is correct in his recollection that members of the public, including those who attended the stakeholder engagement sessions, were rather split in where they felt that accommodation should be. A majority of them saying that they should be in commercial zones. Quite a few of them saying perhaps the waterfront. But what we heard resoundingly was that they would feel comfortable if this use was expanded, but only if we figured out a way to better regulate the ones that we currently have. And that was the biggest concern, was can we create a system that actually can regulate what we permit before we open up permissions? The report itself also suggests that when we look at the map, the zoning map that we saw earlier about where they're permitted, that many of them are located along major traffic corridors. And that as the planning department looks at the OP, as they're looking at the zoning bylaw amendments, that they perhaps give some consideration to the actual recommendations that were provided by the public through our engagement process. And they look at maybe considering some mixed use zoning for some of these properties along these corridors that would permit future development for residential for some of these properties. And what that might do, and the hope would be that in the future, some of these properties which many residents have complained, seem derelict or seem out of character for the surrounding areas, that those might be developed into housing that is much needed down the line. So while the report doesn't provide a specific recommendation for that, it does ask that the planning department take the findings of this report into consideration. And you're absolutely right, Trevor, in saying that what we're looking to do right now is to ensure that the system we have in place works before we try to expand its use. But I will say that I've been working on a little project for the past 9 months, but when it's wrapped up in September, in the next 2 weeks, there will be a new report coming to you in October with a proposed pilot project about what that may look like. So stay tuned. I'm hoping it's small.
That was brilliant. That was brilliant. All right. Next is Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Carly, for that report. I believe Councillor Belanger touched on what I wanted to say, but I want you to clarify so that I understand it and the public understands it. So a homeowner, if he has a cottage, that homeowner is not allowed to have Airbnb, correct?
So that homeowner, if their property is a residentially zoned cottage, is not permitted to rent it out to the traveling public without them being present on that property. If they were present on the property at the time that they're renting out a room, that's a bed and breakfast. They would be permitted to rent out their cottage as a bed and breakfast. And that is, what we think about, where you're usually typically provided a meal in a communal facility and you rent out a room. But otherwise, what we would consider to be Airbnbs in quotes, that is not permitted.
Okay, because there are quite a few that have cottages. They do come up for the weekends, or a week here, a week there, and then for a week's time or a weekend, they will rent it out. So that will be illegal. And they won't be here, like they'll rent it out and...
Correct. So as it currently stands, as our licensing currently stands and as our zoning currently stands, that would not be permitted, which is why it's imperative that we address many of those through our enhanced enforcement tools. So hence the need for that compliance software that's going to be implemented before this licensing system rolls out, so that we do have the teeth necessary to enforce what we're proposing.
And I think important to note, Councillor, that has never been legal and it's never been allowed. This isn't new. It's just happened, but this would be certainly a way for us to enforce it. Yeah. Okay, the next one on the list is Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have 3 questions. I think 2 of them would go towards Carly, and the other one would be split between the Deputy Fire Chief and the Clerk. The first one is, how do you see this approach to short-term accommodations, specifically the Airbnb component of it, in leveling the playing field with current tourism operators? Currently, tourism operators have to pay insurance and taxes and all these different elements that might not be found currently with Airbnbs. I'm just wondering how you feel that levels that playing field a little bit to make competition a little bit more fair. The second question is, based on what you're saying, do you see short-term accommodation, like Airbnb operators specifically, being companies that report income, therefore paying taxes and other things? And then the last question, as I said, split between the clerk and the deputy fire chief, is if we end up licensing all these extra units, do we have the ability to now inspect over 700 operations annually? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. I'll take the first part, and then Carly, you can, through you, Mr. Mayor. We currently do not have the capacity to inspect 700 units annually as part of it. I went through this with Tiny Township as we licensed the short-term rental places. I will tell you there, we hired a inspector specifically to inspect the short-term accommodations. They employed Granicus, which I believe is part of the plan here, who told them that there was 1,000 units in Tiny Township that were operating as Airbnbs or whatever. When council capped the number that they would license at 300, and then anything they would license them all, but cap it at 300. No new ones. They ran through the licensing process 2 or 3 times, and I think only 150 were ever licensed. And I don't know where that number stands at. That was a couple of years ago. We would not have the ability with our current staffing levels to be able to inspect additional units beyond one or 200. It would be something that we would certainly be looking for more staff in our inspection to be able to do that.
Carly?
Through your worship, I will say that right now, we currently license and inspect 170 short-term accommodations, and I would just point out that the report is certainly not recommending that we license those 1,000 units. In terms of leveling the playing field, I think that realistically the playing field will be leveled because these businesses, these Airbnbs that are posing this kind of competition are not going to be permitted as it currently stands. So realistically, all of the measures that we've put in place through compliance software, through AMPS, et cetera, and through this new licensing system, that our ability to enforce that, to use demerit points, to use AMPS, that's what's going to level the playing field, because we're going to be able to shut these businesses down that are operating outside of our bylaw, and we're going to be able to do it faster than we were able to do it previously. In addition to that, I would just say that you asked the question about whether or not Airbnb would be the type of businesses that would report income. I think it's telling that in the survey, the percentage of people that reported that they currently already operate Airbnbs out of their properties and refuse to report their income on an anonymous survey tells us that. However, should we decide to license, typical Airbnbs in the future, Granicus also does, and I believe my colleague was looking at some of their software. Granicus does offer a MAT tax component that would allow us to be able to look at that and to ensure that should we do open this up, we could collect those fees regardless of whether or not they wanted it reported, because it would monitor their activity online. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your responses. I guess in the follow-up piece that's going to come, I would say, hopefully we could see what that would look like for expanded services. I don't know how many we're going to license or whatever, but if there is going to be additional staff or whatever required to do inspections and make sure everybody's safe and comfy, to make sure that those expenses would be put in so that we can compare it against any revenue that this might generate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Carly, do you want to respond to that? Or?
Sorry, just as a last point, Your Worship, the report that will be coming forward in October won't have any further budgetary implications, and any program that we propose that may expand some of these uses would be something that we could do with existing staff complement within existing budgets, and isn't something that we'd be coming for with an ask. Thank you.
And I would assume we could also look at that time with respect to the fees we charge for these inspections as well, correct, as a cost of doing business?
Absolutely, and the report does clarify the fact that our fees are quite minimal when compared to our neighbors. So, for example, somebody who's renting out a cottage in a commercial zone that is permitted to do so would be paying $226 for the year. In Tiny Township, they'd be paying $1,700. So we are quite below that market value, and staff did recommend that next year we look, after we've implemented this new licensing fee, 1 year from then we relook at those fees. Right now we're able to cost recover the administration of this program, and because we're not really expanding use, I don't see that there's any reason why this cost should grow. So the idea was, in the first year of this program, since we are asking for businesses to provide us a lot more documentation, to put a lot more effort and investment in their businesses, it wouldn't be fair at the same time to then substantially increase fees. So let's see if we can get the program up and running. Let's see if we can get the buy-in for our tourism partnership program from the community before we re-examine those fees. But yes, in 2026, we would be looking at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carly. We'll now move on to Councillor Timms.
Thank you. One of the disadvantages of going after a few people have talked is my notes are growing and growing and growing. I do always love pilot projects because it does give us a bit of an out. But I am concerned, and why do we think of ourselves as keeping the fees so minimal? I mean, that's such a huge difference. If I was opening a hotel, I know I have a considerable financial investment to make into my business or any other business, commercial bricks and mortar type of business. It's expected. I also looked at those demerit points and I ask, are they heavy enough? Or will someone just decide, take a risk, it's just the cost of doing business? How often will I get caught? And if I get caught, $150, you know, I didn't get caught the last 3 times. So that kind of worries me a little bit. I'm glad you mentioned Matt, because I think that's what's going to help level the playing field, as Councillor White mentioned. And I also wonder, too, if there's an opportunity to have some sort of deposit program, like they do with their clients, damage deposits, to make sure that these operators are complying with the community partnership plan. Because there's quite a lot to ask there. And a quick story. Just about a week and a half ago, someone told me, I believe in the Twin Creek development, someone has bought a house in there, put a lot of money into it, huge backyard, incredible swimming pool. They rarely come up themselves, but it's rented out constantly, and because it's so nice, people rarely leave the property to go to the beach. So it's just one big party house all weekend long, and you know, much to the chagrin of the neighbors. So I feel that this part of this study was really to try to get rid of that situation. When Councillor Belanger, I think, was talking about what areas lend themselves more to allowing these kinds of rentals, I think the river is also an area that there's a lot of Airbnb type businesses happening now, and there's justification for that. It's not entirely just the beach. So a lot of comments there. Thank you for hearing me out.
Through your worship, so I enjoy some of these comments because it gives us a chance to kind of dig into some of the particulars. And just to touch on the last one first about the demerit points, kind of how I arrived at their valuation and what we would do about that particular situation. I think that having this program in place will help us in dealing with those types of party houses, specifically operating without a license. Right now, though, it would have a demerit point attached to it for those who had been licensed and, let's say, were suspended and then tried to operate. It is attached to an AMPS penalty. So right now, that property, should we have received, once this bylaw is, passed, should we have received that complaint, our officers would be able to go out, they'd be able to use the Granicus software, they'd be able to prove that this house was operating as such, and they'd be able to lay a $2,000 a day charge. So I would guess that, there might be a handful of properties here that, might be able to account for $2,000 a day as part of their business costs. But I would say that $2,000 a day, without being too onerous and too punitive, is probably going to, be enough of a deterrent that if somebody was to receive it, twice over a weekend, that would have them reconsidering their business. How we arrived at the fees, at the cost of each of those demerit points, was really looking at our ability not just to hand out one ticket or one demerit point and one AMPS penalty, but rather our ability to stack those. So the likelihood of us coming to a property and saying that there's a noise violation, here's your $400 penalty, chances are there's going to be a couple of other violations that are happening at the same time. And we're not only going to be targeting the property owners, but we're going to be targeting the guests as well. So part of this bylaw that we're proposing will have an undesignated section that's not under AMPS that would allow us to still go after visitors through our POA system, so that we're holding visitors to account in addition to our business owners. So we're recognizing that both of them have a responsibility to play when they come in, to stay at our town, to ensuring that what they're doing and what their behavior is doing, that it respects the kind of community that we're wanting to build. And the actual specifics of the demerit points were based off of our overall licensing fee. So for a year we charge $226. Then is it fair for us to say that you need to pay a $2,000 fine when you disobey your parking management plan? Or is it more likely that we would double the fee that you pay yearly to operate? And obviously these are fees that will have to be re-examined as we re-examine our overall licensing fees. I will say that in 2019, when we did conduct a review of those business licensing fees, we were on par and actually a bit higher than the rest of the community. And we picked those fees specifically because we were an already established program that had already been licensing. So we were able to cost recover under those fees. And I would warrant that, probably we're not able to cost recover to the same extent right now. However, most places like Tiny Township, Collingwood, all of the other places that are currently coming out with their business licensing bylaws, they are now having to hire staff in order to do it, so they're increasing their fees. We're not having to hire staff to continue regulating this, and in fact, we've invested in the software, we've invested in the programs that allow us to do it more efficiently, so we don't have the same types of overhead administrative costs. So that's why the recommendation was that I think that we can leave it on par for now, but we should look at it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, supplemental, Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to say I'm really impressed with the report. What a tremendous body of work, and thank you very much to you, Carly, and the folks that worked with you on providing such a great piece.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Next is Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Such a great report, and so I've got a few comments and suggestions and questions. So first of all, regarding the demerits in the AMPS program, would you consider increasing both number 8 around max occupancy? As we see, this is a constant violation in our community and obviously relates significantly to safety, as well as number 10, which is the habitable room. Again, I think as financial pressures continue to layer up, people might be renting out their sheds or doing things like that. So I think that would be a good one to increase as well. Under recommendation number 7 of the report, the Tourism Partner Program, I absolutely love this idea. I think this community has been long waiting for this type of connection between marketing, collateral, events, messaging, getting directly into the hands of our visitors. I think it's fantastic. It's nice that you put it voluntarily, because obviously they have to be willing to put the work out. Maybe consider that you would also then add a badge, or you had something special that any of those that are compliant and active in that program could then put on their platforms, saying that they're, like a super host kind of badge type thing through the community. That one got answered. So in regards to subdivisions, so as we know, there were over 1,000 in the summertime illegal Airbnb places. So if someone was operating one of those in a subdivision, let's say, and they occupy the upstairs, but it's a fully furnished suite in the basement that they rent out short-term, is that going to still be permitted, or would they be encouraged to be a B&B? First question.
Through your worship, so to address that question, then they would have to apply for a bed and breakfast license. And obviously that would go through a zoning compliance check, so it would really depend on what that basement area looked like. It couldn't have separate kitchen facilities, for example. And we do face a lot of that right now. One of the biggest issues I think that we face in regulating short-term accommodations is that bed and breakfast license, because people are using that as a cover for operating what we're going to be calling the full-on Airbnbs, where the owner's not present. So that would not be permitted if they're not operating it as a standard bed and breakfast. But the beauty of it is that our compliance software will help us understand how they're operating that, and that will help us with enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. That's good to know. Thank you. Supplementary. So when I was expecting this report to come forward, I assumed that there would be some recommendations on how to embrace some of the 1,000 that are out there, because some people operate some really unique experiences, and I have some reservations in pulling all that inventory off of availability for our clientele, because most, family fun traveling folks, they do want a unique environment like that versus some of the inventory we currently offer in our community. So are you considering to maybe have some level where people are able to submit a proposal, show enhanced pictures, video, so that we're looking for the beautiful golden nuggets that are currently being offered and kind of hand selecting some of those to still be able to offer?
Through your worship, so that's you've kind of encapsulated precisely what some of our engagement sessions have come out with, and you know what's going to be coming forward to you in October. Because one of the biggest things that I've learned from this project, and having spoken with the business community, with the residents, is that we do have a large number of businesses that are operating as illegal Airbnbs currently. And when those people have come forward to me and we've had discussions about their businesses, I've gone and I've looked them up in our bylaw system, and there's no complaints about their properties. So there's people who are doing it, and they're doing it well. And they're servicing a need, as you've identified, in our tourist population. As a parent with a small child, I would probably be more likely to gravitate towards a cottage versus a hotel for a week. If I wanted to stay for a week, it would be quite costly. So I think there is a way for us to do this well if we have the correct licensing in place. So just as a heads up for what would be coming in October, and something that I've talked about with the business community, we'll be looking at a program that would allow some of these businesses to operate. They would have to achieve the Tourism Partnership Plan badge, if you will, that standard, and they would have to abide by all the same rules as every other type of accommodation, and it would be a very small number, so that we knew that we could regulate them effectively, and that it wouldn't cost us any more in administrative costs to overlook these. And it'd be a pilot project that would be done in conjunction with economic development staff, a way of looking at figuring out, we know that a lot of these short-term accommodations cause problems, but what about the ones that don't? What are the operational ethos of these businesses that actually works with our community? So that would be coming forward, and it is in recognition of some of these businesses that are doing really well and that are bringing value to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. I warned you. I had a few. That makes me really happy to hear. And I think if that is the case and the recommendation coming forward, I think their fees could be significantly higher, to Councillor Tim's point, somewhere more in line with Tiny and whatnot, because they're making such significant revenue off of that property, and also might need a little bit more extra minding. Just final question, how do you see rolling this out? Are you going to do a mailer to all the operators? Are you thinking to pull them in for a meeting? Are you thinking to have some support services for those that maybe aren't tech savvy to upload documents onto computers or whatever to submit their compliancy?
Through your worship, so really what we're looking at is obviously bringing forward the bylaw, which is actually already written. It's just being vetted right now through legal counsel, assuming that that council has no wishes to change any of the recommendations. So that would also involve a robust campaign of, again, engagement sessions, in-person sessions, like what we had been doing up until this point with the business community. So we do, for those who are licensed, we do have the ability to contact all of them to let them know about these changes, and starting that campaign once the bylaw is passed. So hopefully before we get into the dark days of winter, because we need to give them the opportunity to figure out their operations and to give them enough notice before the new year begins. So that would be a mixture of, having bylaw and licensing there. That would be economic development, because we would have our tourism partnership program that needs to get off the ground. So there's a lot of work to do in the meantime, but it would involve, an Engage Wasaga page, I think that we need a better page on the town website for licensing and a portal there. We do require right now that people submit their business license applications through the CityView portal. And currently our business licensing officer does assist people with that, should they require. And these are, for the people that are currently licensed, chances are these are the people that are going to be licensed again next year, so it should be fairly routine to them. But we will have to have, robust information sessions, because what we're asking from them next year is far different than what we've ever asked them for. So we're asking them to, present us with a business case that shows that they're proactively thinking about how their business impacts the community. So I think communication will be key to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Going back to Councillor Councillor DeLeo now.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I have to bring this back up because I'm not sitting well with this. So when I asked the question about cottagers, they're there, but yet they rent it out for a week or two. Mr. Mayor, you indicated that it's illegal for them to do that today. So, correct. So speaking to a few residents that have had the same offenders on their street doing this, I kind of wish Rachel was here now with bylaw. According to them, bylaw's been called out several times. What was done? Why are they still in existence? If it's illegal, why? So how would this program be any different? If they're running it illegally now, bylaw's been out there, nothing has been done because they're still doing it. So what would be the difference now with this program?
Before I go to Carly, I think it's important to point out, I highly doubt that nothing has been done. I think the system in which we have in place today and the bylaw and the way we are able to issue summonses and so on and so forth is very onersome and cumbersome and not effective. So probably something has been done. The new system under the AMPS program is immediate. It's a dollar value, and I would argue, Councillor, that if you want to teach somebody or get someone to comply, you take money out of their pocket. They'll comply just about every single time, and which is why the AMPS program has been brought in, and it's so important. But I'll turn it over to Carly now to speak to it as well. Thank you.
Through your worship, I feel like you pretty well answered that question precisely how I would have. I will say that back in 2019, I was the business licensing officer for the town, so I do know precisely, what it is that these complaints take and what's involved in them from our enforcement standpoint. And I will say that the mayor is correct that it's unlikely that nothing would have been done if we had received a complaint, but that the burden of evidence required from our enforcement staff to be able to prosecute these types of infractions is really high. And that is why getting software like Granicus, in conjunction with all of these things, because it's not just a new bylaw that's going to solve this problem, it's those four things together that are really going to help us affect change. That's going to cut that time in half for our officers, and it's going to make it much easier for us to be able to prove that these activities are taking place. In addition to that, the mayor is correct that obviously we're not going to have to worry about going through the POA system. It's something that we're going to be able to tackle right away from the property owner level. And so all of these things combined together are what's going to make this program different. It's not one specific thing. Thank you.
All right, now moving on to Councillor Belanger, and then I'm going to go to you, Councillor Eagle, for the last point.
Thank you, Mayor. As the discussion went on, I had a few things, but one thing I will tell you is that, people are very creative. Like this enforcement will not be easy. If we have 1,000 people, they have become accustomed to a level of revenue. In fact, some homes have been purchased in Wasaga Beach specifically to rent out. So their only option when we close them down is to sell that home. So they're going to get creative about bending the rules and breaking the rules. But to the mayor's point, like I know of cottagers too where they don't do a lot of renting. And they have friends and family that specifically, they do have a very high standard of who they're willing to rent their cottage or home to. And that's going to happen. And other than if we don't get a complaint, it'll continue to happen, and that will be an illegal non-conforming cottage, I guess. But we'll never know about those, but it's probably not a problem for our community, but I do believe that this is going to be an enforcement challenge because they're going to find a way to continue to drive revenue. I have a couple other questions. One being is with the demerit point, we know right now we have some very good operations where there's animosity nonetheless with neighbors. And we're going to get complaints whether they're warranted or not. So I know with some of our clients, like with noise or certain things, that there has to be multiple complaints from more than one neighbor before we would take it seriously if we suspect that there's a personality conflict or animosity. So that's one thing we have to look at. When we talk about of the 1,000 units of selecting some that have had no complaints and letting them continue to operate in residential zones, that scares me a little, because you're setting precedent, and then how do you make that totally fair and transparent? Or, oh geez, they had dinner with the mayor 5 years ago, and that's fair enough, they got their license, like. So, no, but we have to be careful with that. But I think another good opportunity might be, and I don't know what's possible, but no doubt a lot of these illegal operations are involved in tax evasion as well. Not just the tax that they're not getting a license, but actually with the CRA. And I'm wondering if we should look in to the possibility and offer the threat that if you are illegal, and if we have proof that you have been with our software, that you've been renting and everything else, that will also be reported to the CRA. Because that would be a significant deterrent. So, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We're now going to go to Councillor Ego.
You, through you, your worship. So the term, and I'm just trying to straight here, is cottage, and yet I think maybe some people in this town refer, and I'm not sure, like to a residence that they've purchased in a subdivision, but they use it maybe for a cottage. So do you define cottages as seasonal and then a residence of something they can rent out, or is there even a differentiation on that?
Through your worship, are we talking about cottages as the term that we use colloquially, or are we talking about cottages as in the term that we would find, like, let's say, in the zoning bylaw? Because one of these I'm handing over to Trevor.
Through to your worship, for the purposes of your zoning bylaw in atypical plans of subdivision, like an R1 zone, it's dwelling unit. We don't refer to them as cottages, they're dwelling units. There are cottage courts, and there's other definitions that are specific to the tourist establishment type of uses, but in terms of residential housing, it's always referred to as a dwelling unit. You're welcome.
Yeah, but I think for clarity, there are a lot of people that own full residential homes in subdivisions, in condominiums, and it's their cottage, it's their second home. So we refer to it as a cottage. But under the zoning act, as Trevor says, that we don't differentiate either one of those. All right, I'm gonna break my own rule here, only because I'm getting the evil eye, and I'm going to give Councillor DeLeo the last shot here.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Belanger, he hit on something, so it's just for my own curiosity. Somebody has a cottage, and they live in it, but they went away, and he said they give it to family members or friends for a week or a weekend, and then they pay for it. What if those family members or those friends don't pay for it? So he can have people going in there saying, just say you're my friend and you're not paying for it. Does that still apply when there's no fee transactions?
Through your worship, so it would be that kind of commercial exchange, that commercial activity that would define that short-term accommodation. So allowing, your friends to come stay at your cottage for a weekend while you happen to not be there, that's not something that we would enforce or something that would be against our bylaws. However, I'm sure that there's numerous people and in our enforcement history that have tried to take that tact. So bylaw will show up to the property. They'll say, are you renting this property? The person says, nope, I am the friend of so-and-so who owns this property. But the difference is going to be in the future, and it touches on something that Councillor Belanger said as well, is that these types of things, if there is a commercial aspect to it, If they are renting it through an online platform, and Granicus will look up to over 80 different types of platforms, we will see that. So it is something that, unlike before, we would have no idea and have no way to prove that we could prove now. So if there is some kind of commercial activity involved, we will see it. And chances are, if you have a family member coming to stay at your cottage and you know that you're going to be coming up the next weekend, you're not going to rent it out to your party cousin, because you're going to be worried that when you come up the next time, your neighbors are going to dislike you. So chances are it's a more responsible kind of use of your property. But absolutely, that commercial, that transaction is really important to how we're defining these properties. Thank you.
All right. So, listen, there's always bad actors, right? And there's always people who are going to try and stretch it out as much as they can. I just have a few items here, Carly. So I think, first of all, it's important to note that business licensing fees, I think we need to look at that and what we're charging with respect to accommodation here, that the business licensing fees that we're applying to legitimate businesses, cottage courts, hotels, motels, so on and so forth, that we look at those more favorable because these are folks who are paying business tax. They are paying a higher level of municipal tax. They have a lot of overhead and responsibility, so I think we need to differentiate those fees from the fees of someone who's just buying a cottage or owns a home and wants to put it into some kind of rental program of their own or whatever for an Airbnb. So therefore, with respect to Tiny's fees versus our fees, I think absolutely we can say if you want to be an Airbnb, the fee is this much higher. I also think that, in all fairness to the local businesses who have been here for many years, or anyone who has invested the cost to buy a cottage court or a hotel, motel, or build a hotel in future, for that matter, that we really do look at limiting the amount of Airbnbs we're going to allow within the municipality. We have a lot of good folks who run good accommodation programs and properties here in town that have been around a long time, and they're suffering. They're suffering today, and they've been suffering for years because of this Airbnb, illegal Airbnb and rental, and it's completely unfair. And if we want to attract more business to reduce the amount of residential municipal tax, then we need to be on top of this. And so I think we need to come up with a number that is reasonable. And what is that? So if we look at what we have for accommodation in town currently that is a legal entity, and the amount of Airbnbs that are out there, maybe that's how we come to what a number should be and is fair. And we can increase that number, more difficult to decrease it. So I would rather start real low on the Airbnb and then see that increase over time. We're going to have a new hotel, top brand hotel built on our beachfront, with 3 ancillary hotels of rental units. We're going to, somewhere around 400 plus hotel type units available, plus all of the other hotel, motel, cottage courts that are here currently, should they decide to stay in that business and not go to, and when I say that, I don't mean they'll go out of business, but they may decide as we move along and look at housing options, they may decide to get out of the short-term rental and into long-term. So it's important that we get that number right and it be low in the beginning, I think. The cost for inspections, I think the same. I think the cost to inspect a legitimate business that has been here or, has the overhead that a real business has versus an Airbnb, I think those inspection costs should be considerably more because, we should be recouping all of that cost, in my opinion. Just because you have an Airbnb does not mean you're a business. And I think it's important that we keep that in mind. The other thing is that I absolutely believe they have to have a business license if they want to be an Airbnb, and that they absolutely have to be involved in the MAT tax program, and we need to be able to track that. The MAT tax program, I think, when all is said and done, is really going to help in taking the pressure off the residential property owners here for the costs of events, concerts, so on and so forth, along with all the other things that we're doing to help with that. So it's important that we're collecting this MAT tax wherever we possibly can, and I think these units have to absolutely be involved in that. I think the fines need to be large, and you indicated, Carly, $2,000 a day. I absolutely support that. It's the only way you're going to get in compliance. Some of these places, I know of a couple in town, or I shouldn't say I know, I have heard of a couple in town that has been somewhat substantiated, are in upwards of $1,200 to $1,500 a night. So the fine being higher, that is fine with me. I mean, you're going to really rethink your business plan if you're losing money. I also think where we allow Airbnbs within the municipality is very important. Full-time residents or full-time cottage owners, whatever you like, should not have to endure the disruption of a party house or even a home that's rented out to 2 or 3 families with 7 or 8 or 10 kids running around playing in the pool, screaming and yelling just because it's in an Airbnb. Our residents, like any resident, has a right to quiet enjoyment of their property. And so I think we really need to be careful as to where we allow these. There was some conversation amongst myself and some staff earlier on about, what and how we go about determining where we're going to allow Airbnbs and what areas of town. Or if you want an Airbnb, for example, and you're in a residential area, then you have to go out and get something signed by a high percentage of your neighbors, 75 or 80%, that says they're okay with it, before we'll even consider it. These types of things, because we do not want to, and I know I've faced it firsthand where, you got to get up and go to work the next morning, and there's Billy and Sally next door with all their buddies, and they're having a great time, and fireworks are going off at 10 o'clock at night with no care or concern for people who live there or are not wanting to be up all night. So I think that's very important as well. The last thing I want to touch on is the amount of time and effort, Carly and other staff, that you've put into this. This is probably one of, in all of my time on council, I have never seen such a comprehensive report. It's an amazing report. It's very, very comprehensive. It almost spells out and answers any question that we asked here, and I understand we ask questions because we want the public to hear, but it was very comprehensive, very detailed, and I thank you for that. And perhaps when you come back from your 9-month project, that we should have, maybe we should just have Carly and everyone just sends all their ideas and whatnot, and she does the reports. I'm just kidding. We have a ton of staff who do great reports, but this is the most comprehensive I've ever seen, and I want to thank you for that, because this is very important. This is important not only to us on council, it's important to the people who live here 365, but it's also important to our business community who, as I say, have invested big dollars to be in business, and they're paying a price now. They're losing revenue, substantially losing revenue, and have been for years because of these illegal rentals. So I'm looking forward to these changes. Those are my comments. So we do have a motion that the report titled Short-Term Accommodation Project Recommendations Report to Council meeting of August 22nd, 2024 be received, and that the council directs staff to bring back at a later date a new short-term accommodation licensing bylaw that encompasses the staff recommendations in this report. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And moving on to the next item is the 23-24 ADR Chambers Annual Integrity Commissioners Report. And I will turn, before I pass this over to Councillor White, did you wish to speak to this, Madam Clerk?
There's nothing particular more to really highlight within the report. This is a requirement within our contract that we have with ADR Chambers and Ben Jory, who is appointed as our Integrity Commissioner. So I was happy to see the report. I was thrilled to see that all the complaints received by the IC, none of them were founded. And I think that's a testament to this council and administration working together to ensure that the policies and procedures and legislation that governs our municipality is followed and adhered to.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we'll now turn this over to Councillor White, who pulled this item. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship, and to be clear, I did have a conversation with the IC as to what I could or could not share of my experience, and he gave me some very strict guidelines, and I've had this comment even vetted by our clerk to make sure it stays on the good side. I have received an IC complaint, and while I agree that the role of the IC is vital to an honest government, I feel in our case here, the taxpayer is being abused. My complaint was directed towards two parts of the Code of Conduct. On the first point, it was ruled ordinary activity. And on the second one, the comment was that the applicant was unaware of the purpose of the rule. Baseless claims like this one waste money and cause distraction. I'd rather see the $10,000 that this municipality has spent dealing with these complaints go to people in need rather than this type of frivolous activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor White. Any other questions or comments on this? All right, I will comment as well on this item. You know, I've read the report. There's been about just over $19,000 in 2023 spent on the Integrity Commissioner for various reasons. Some of that is for council to get direction, for training, for so on and so forth. But roughly 10,000, a little higher than 10,000 of that was spent on the Integrity Commissioner doing investigations. 5 investigations in total, so the average, I guess, would be 2,000, except one investigation was incomplete, and the individual who complained did not or would not reply or respond to the Integrity Commissioner, so they simply dismissed it. A second one was dismissed before investigation, before the Integrity Commissioner felt an investigation was required, and 3 of those were, the remaining 3 were investigated. And so the bulk of the money was spent on the remaining 3, which is about $3,333.33 per investigation. 3 investigations that were all found by the Integrity Commissioner that the member of council being investigated had done nothing wrong. I would argue that these 3 complaints were all entered by the same person or persons. And I would argue that although the Integrity Commissioner is clear, and I want to say I have the utmost respect for the Integrity Commissioner and the job they do, but where I struggle is if an investigation is launched because of a complaint and the member of council is found guilty, the Integrity Commissioner then comes before council in public or can send a letter, but it is an in public notice that the member of council has been found guilty, and a sanction is recommended for council then to consider. If a complaint is issued or is entered and the Integrity Commissioner finds that the member of council has not done anything wrong, then it is to be kept confidential. And I struggle with that. I think in any other system in this country, if you're accused of something, you have every right and every ability to confront your accuser, to defend yourself, to make it public if you so wish. And we have some folks who are making these complaints who, in my opinion, are just bitter. They're sour grapes. They lost an election. I've been there. Get over it. Give it your best the next time. But they're wasting staff time, council members' time, and taxpayers' money on frivolous and vexatious complaints. And this is just for 2023. I know that this also occurred in 2022. Now, I may be stepping over the line here, and I may have a complaint come up against me to the Integrity Commissioner because of how I'm speaking to this, but so be it. Right is right and wrong is wrong. I strongly believe that if a member of this council, or any council, is accused of something, they should have the right. I get the confidentiality during the investigation. But once the findings of the Integrity Commissioner has been made, It is so wrong, in my opinion, that if you're guilty, that becomes public, and you're not guilty, it has to be confidential. You should be able to say, I was accused of this by so-and-so, and I was found to be innocent. So we don't make the rules, I get it, but I can tell you that I would struggle to not point that out. And the reason I am so direct on this is because I believe that these complaints are coming from the same people. And at what point can the Integrity Commissioner decide that, you know, we've dealt with enough frivolous and vexatious or non-founded complaints by someone that I'm just not going to deal with them should they come through from these people anymore? So I too commend council and staff for facing these challenges and the findings being as they are, because I believe with every ounce of my being that the staff here are second to none and that this council is following all the policies and procedures that are put in place by the Municipal Act, by our procedural bylaw, and by our code of conduct. And I'll leave it at that. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through the worship. Although I'm somewhat of an expert on this, I have no comment.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, we do have a motion then that the report titled 2023-2024 ADR Chambers, Inc. Annual Integrity Commissioner Report to the council meeting of August 22nd, 2024 be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
Favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
And Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Moving on